My favorite subject in school is science, especially ecology and biology. I want to be a biologist when I grow up. Me llamo Fiona y soy una estudiante de segundo grado en el programa de Immersion. Mi materia favorita en la escuela es matemáticas. Me encanta leer y estar en contacto con la naturaleza. My name is Hunter and I'm the fourth grader in the SEI program. My favorite subject is math too. I like to play football and soccer and I love being outdoors. Me llamo Henry y soy un estudiante de quinto grado en el programa de Inmersión. En la escuela, mi materia favorita es lectura. Fuera de la escuela, me encanta jugar al baloncesto y dormir. There are 4 out of the 13 student leaders applicants. For all grades TK through 5th grade, select 2 student representatives to represent their peers by senior. Somos 4 de los 3 líderes estudiantiles de Burlingame, donde en todos los grados de TK hasta quinto se seleccionan 2 estudiantes para representar a sus compañeros 2 veces al año. Every Monday morning, we take turns to broadcast each week's announcements, informing of everything that is happening that week as well as reminding them of our hold-out traits. Cada lunes por la mañana tomamos turnos para transmitir los anuncios de la semana, informando de todo lo que va a pasar esta semana y recordarles a nuestros compañeros de las características del mundo empleado. We also help with the Samaritan House's food drive where we collect food for those with food insecurity in our area. Another fun activity for our student leadership team was creating a spirit week to bring people together and create a sense of community and have some fun. También celebramos con la campaña de colección de alimentos de Immersion, donde recolectamos alimentos para quienes padecen de inseguridad de alimentos en nuestra comunidad. Otra actividad divertida para nuestro equipo de liderazgo estudiantil fue crear una semana de espíritu para reunir a los estudiantes y crear un sentido de comunidad, además de divertirnos también. This leadership activity was creating a full week of kindness activities to celebrate National Kindness. We included a school-wide kindness activity for our monthly organizations. Another great project our team did was host a winter classroom board decorating contest for our classroom. All the classroom floors were decorated in a artistic winter theme and earned unique awards for their efforts. Otra actividad divertida del liderazgo estudiantil fue crear una semana completa de actividades de amabilidad para celebrar la Semana Nacional de la Amabilidad. Esto incluyó una actividad para toda la escuela por nuestros compañeros. Otro gran proyecto que realizó nuestro equipo fue organizar un concurso de decoración de puertas de horas de invierno. Todas las puertas de las aulas se decoraron con un tema invernal divertido, artístico y ganaron premios únicos para sus esfuerzos. Rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A la bandera de Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa la nación bajo Dios indivisible con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you all very much. That was wonderful. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 3, roll call. Trustee Mustafa. Trustee Buscemi. Here. Trustee Jay. Trustee Brown. Here. Trustee Boy, and here as well. Approval of the agenda. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda? Right. All right, so one amendment, we're gonna pull the BIS course description from 11A from consent to open session at 12. All right, with that amendment, is there anyone that would like to make a motion to approve? Thank you, Nicole. Is there a second? Thank you, Tanya. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Public statements related to agenda items. Some, are there any more? If you'd like to make a statement, please turn in a blue card. Right. The union statement, we have someone here for the union from BEA.
Yes, hi,
And where do you like it?
Up here?
Oh, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Where's the camera? Yeah, any chance, right there. Okay, thank you. So we're perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I apologize for being a little discombobulated. I just dropped off my son at our district's mariachi program. Yay. Which, as a parent and a teacher, I'm thrilled that we have something like that. He's a 3rd grader playing the trumpet, and he loves it, and all the other kids there, and there's some dedicated maestros and maestras teaching them mariachi, so it's wonderful. I didn't write down anything because I'm a procrastinator, but I've been thinking over the last few days of the way all of us come together to do what's best for our students. So first, I want to give a shout out to our McKinley School and just appreciate how we honor the different languages our students bring to the school. There's the DLI program, of course, and I got to witness little 4-year-olds being assessed in their Spanish language this week. That was really sweet. They're getting ready for the incoming kindergarten class. And also just, I'm sure in all schools in our district, just the amount of languages that our students bring to our classrooms. In my class, I have a student who moved here a couple months ago who France, and I have students who moved at the beginning of the year who speak Turkish. So, and then of course there's other students, Chinese and Japanese and Russian, and it's just, it's really cool to have that all in one little classroom. Let's see. I also want to give a big shout out to our school counselors. I've been hearing across other districts because of budget cuts, those are some of the first things to go, and it breaks my heart. So I really appreciate that our district is continuing to put social emotional learning at the front of our students' needs. Let's see, what else was I going to talk about? Yes. One minute ago, I'm really sorry, I'm so unprepared. Our teacher, oh yeah, that's right, this Friday is our teacher's birthday. It's although we love being with our students, we look forward to this day because it provides such necessary time for collaboration, organization, planning. It really helps us to meet all our students' needs. Like the language is just one part of it, but and then also I've been a part of our district's collaboration with SIP. And I can never remember what it stands for, but it's inclusionary practices in the classroom. So that's kind of been like a shade of glasses I've been wearing this year that's really, really cool and important to think about. And so I'm thankful for our partnership with them, and I'm curious as to how that is going to play out in our classrooms in the coming years as we move towards more inclusionary practices. That's all I've got. Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you very much. We have someone here from CSEA, so like to make a statement. All right. Ms. Will Fernandez, statement of principal, item 8.
Okay. Good evening, board members and superintendents, resident cabinet members, and DSB community. I'm pleased to share the latest updates from our schools, highlighting the incredible work happening across our district to support student learning, family engagement, and school community building. These schools have been busy with activities, ensuring students and staff and families have meaningful opportunities to connect and engage. Across all campuses, PTA meetings have been taking place this month, serving as an essential space for collaboration. In addition to that, our schools have organized very exciting events. Washington Elementary hosted its STEM Festival, where students explore hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math activities, sparking curiosity and innovation. Franklin Elementary's PTO Glow Party was a huge success, and providing full-field evening where families came together to celebrate the school spirit. Lincoln Elementary held its Dream Night, showcasing student projects that integrated interdisciplinary learning. Franklin also hosted a well-attended campus cleanup day where families and students worked side by side to beautify the school, promoting pride and responsibility in the learning environment. Maker Madness has been really fun activities across all the schools, with the student designing parts and then testing them to ensure that it's safe, what needs to be done to have a safe part. It was really fun to have everything done. Thank you, Matt, for providing that to us. Past the dinner night at Washington Elementary was right there, brought the community together as well for our family event. At McKinley, we have had the capacity with the principal this week, last week as well, providing families that space to also collaborate and talk about what is happening in the discussions and share feedback. So in regards to enhancing instruction and providing innovative learning experiences, one of the most exciting pieces that we've been doing is the piloting of our new phonics program across all the elementary schools that provides targeted instruction for our students. We are very happy to have that, and we are hoping that everything goes well so we can get the approval once we start the pilot. As well, the BAFA Visual Performing Arts program has continued providing lesson plans to students and experiences, and it's been very successful. So we are also very happy to have that person with us this year. And lastly but not least, the spring music showcases for the TK secondary students. Some of them have happened already, and some of them are coming up. So we invite everybody to attend to see those little guys playing instruments. So yeah, thank you so much for everything.
Thanks, Principal Fernandez. Statement of the superintendent.
All right, thank you for being here. It's nice to see so many wonderful people in the audience, so many people that really help to ensure that our students are learning and enjoying their educational journey every day. So it's exciting to have people here live. Really quickly, we had a busy President's Week while many of you were off. The district office was booming. We did finish out our supporting innovative practices that changed from inclusive because of some of the laws and needs for grants. They did have to change their name, but we are the first district in the state of California to take the whole district through that. So all 7 school sites successfully trained through it and came up with their own plans along with the district office. So that was a big success. Trustee Mustafa and I had the wonderful invitation of being able to attend the BCE executive meeting, which I'm sure she will speak to too. That was nice to have an invitation and enjoy being with our parents. We also have our bond program tours happening, which has been very fun to be able to look at the work that has happened over the last few years and hearing about the work that is going to happen. Along with our teacher work day this Friday, we have a big training for Power School where we will be relearning our school messenger program. So every trimester, we will be practicing again, sending out our school messenger alerts to make sure that our parents are able to be notified in an emergency, which is exciting. Also, I'm elected superintendent to the SELPA, the Special Education Local Plan area. So I had our board meeting today, which is great to hear the work that we are doing as a county to support students that are neurodivergent. And this month is actually Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. So that was a nice celebration that we had. And furthermore, I just want to thank our partnership with the city and the Burlingame Police Department. Unfortunately, with the incident that happened right before we came back from President's Week, I'm very thankful for our partnership with Interim Chief Bull and his relationship and just making sure that I'm always aware when there's an incident happening, what he needs to do to make sure that our schools, our students, and our staff are always safe. So even with the incident this morning early on the corner at El Camino and Truesdale, he was very quick to let me know that all of our kids and our staff are safe. I'm just always thankful for that partnership. Very important. So it makes my job a little bit easier and allows for our principals to have a little bit more of a breath and a reprieve. So I just wanted to give a moment of thanks to the city and that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. All right, item 10, board communication. Everyone's reviewed the report from the first interim, it's informational item. That's correct, everyone. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda, item 11. We've already moved one item to open session. The BIS course descriptions will now be called that. The consent agenda is a way to consolidate many items to be considered by the board to be routine business. These items often require approval, but do not need further discussion. All trustees have reviewed the items prior to this board meeting. Members of the board, staff, or public are able to request any of these items be discussed and removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Would anyone like to move something off consent at this time? Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Katie. Is there a second? Second is Doug. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll move on to item 12. But before we do, if you're in the audience, you'd like to make a statement about any item on the agenda, please make sure and fill one of these out. They're in the back, pass it forward. When your item is called, you can present your statement. Please do that when you get a chance. All right, move on to item 12, education. Grade level presentation, TK, kindergarten, and first grade.
You want us all right here?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Jackie and Diane. Yeah, Jackie and Diane.
So, this year we will be presenting at the next few board meetings, different grade levels, what's going on at the grade level, what to expect, and what the assessments they use, what the standards they have, all the fun things that they do. First up is our TKK and first grade group. We also have some our speech and language pathologists here to also talk about some of their work. There is, just to make note, there is one change to the slides. They did a wonderful job on their slides and took it, and I tried to throw things in, and we accidentally put illustrative math in instead of iReady math. So the curriculum that says illustrative math, that's a third, fourth, and fifth grade math, and a third, fourth, fifth, eighth grade math. K2, K2 is iReady. So just make that note in the slideshow. It will say illustrative math, you do not do illustrative math. And that was a math problem, not a TK to first grade mistake. I want to make that clear. So we have this.
Yeah, maybe introductions.
I'm sorry, why, can you guys, while we're getting this up, an introduction?
Sure. My name is Leslie Kosiski. I teach TK over at Lincoln.
I'm Melanie McGorry. I teach TK at Freetown. I'm Michelle Brown. I teach kindergarten at Roosevelt.
I'm Jen Clarence. I teach kindergarten at Franklin.
I'm John Smith. I teach kindergarten at Lakeland.
I'm Brianna Vieira, and I teach a first and second grade class at Cleveland.
And I'm Jacqueline Freitas, and I'm the speech pathologist at Roosevelt.
And I'm Diane Kelly, the speech pathologist at Lincoln.
All right, TK's first.
All right, I'm gonna just talk a little bit about our activities and experiences, and this is really special because back in the day, I was the only TK teacher back in 2012. So it's been really great for our program to grow. Until next year, it's gonna be available for all of you. Some things we do across the district for TK are that we have buddies, which is a really great opportunity for our young students to have models of older kids and to get to work on some fun projects, build their language, and make those social connections with the big kids. We feature STEM activities. This is an example from my class last year. This is also parent involvement. So parents, the kids make recycled robots. They can't not buy anything. It has to be everything from their house, and it's repurposed. Near and dear to my heart. We have field day across school sites, enrichment opportunities from onto campus. That picture is featuring Curiosity visiting Franklin. And VAPA, that has been so fun this year for our TK students, and that's the kids acting in one of the classes that Ms. Kerr was presenting for our kids.
Something funny about the recycled robots that I just wanted to add is that they get to explain what their invention is, and it's so funny what they come up with, like, this one holds pencils and passes it to me. Like, obviously it doesn't do it, but like that's what they've imagined, and then there's like other ones too, but anyways. All right, so a typical day in TK. So like other grades, we have the same content areas like English language arts or ELA, math, science, social studies. And so our day looks like starting with group time or circle time as a form of building community and establishing a routine. We do literacy in both whole group and small group, and so that we can meet the needs of our students. We also, of course, work on community awareness. Again, math in whole group and or small group, depending also what our students need and meeting them where they are. Social emotional learning, which is SEL, is often done whole group instruction, but of course, one-on-one or in partnership with them if we're helping solve a conflict resolution or things like that, where we need to work on it like together as a team. There's also free choice, which is a time where children get to do a lot of play-based activities, whether it's learning how to do dramatic play and make believe and pretend, which is very critical to their like creative thinking process, or whether it's actually getting to like build with blocks and things like that, which I have a lot of students right now that are really into making their own chairs with these big wooden blocks I have, including some girls who are actually building thrones, not just chairs, thrones. We, like all the students, have snack time, lunch time, at least 2 outdoor recess times a day. Lots and lots of movement breaks. I had asked Melanie if we should make y'all do a go noodle. We've decided not to for time's sake. And then fine motor practices, which is kind of everything we do, because every content area has some level of tracing or cutting or making things with dough, Play-Doh or whatnot. And we're lucky to have the specials programs that we have at all of our elementary schools, which is music, PE, library, and art.
Okay, I will just talk a little bit more in depth about what SEL looks like. So across the district, we primarily use Komochis for TK in addition to the other programs that K and above use. It really has a great focus on the CASTLE framework, which are these 5 learning domains of self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. This is a lot of times where in free choice, the kids can learn and model and practice these really important social emotional skills that are essential in order for them to grasp all the academics as well. In math, we have a teacher curated scoping sequence over the years that has been built. It's hands-on to build that concrete math knowledge before they move on to the less concrete, as their foundation as time progresses through their career. ELA, we use Benchmark, which is Ready to Advance, is TK specific. It helps to build their knowledge for going on to kindergarten. We also use Michael Haggerty's Phonemic Awareness program, which has explicit and systematic phonics instruction. I found it to be very helpful with building their early literacy skills. Science and social studies, we have Inspire Science kits, and social studies kind of varies what we do throughout this, the sites for TK. Our specials, again, to reiterate, music is really important for building their social skills and teamwork, building language skills and their confidence to perform. Library, are working on responsibility, taking those books home, bringing them back, taking care of them. And PE, those gross motor skills are so important to develop because those actually build those fine motor skills over time. The expectations we have is that they're going to show growth over time. Each kid is an individual, and we're just working on building that foundational literacy, math, and SEL skill and knowledge. We support students at their individual skill levels as the year progresses based on assessments that are implemented 3 times per year, which Leslie will speak a little bit more about.
Yes, so learning and assessments in TK. So like the other grade levels, we also assess 3 times throughout the year. However, ours, of course, looks a little different. We're really looking just to see areas of growth, or if perhaps there's like a common area where multiple students are having trouble with, and we're like, oh, we need to revisit counting like 1 to 1 because y'all are playing skip over the bear, and while you're counting. And so this is something we do. We use ESGI, which is a program we're very thankful to have, because we get to actually use like an iPad or a computer where students get to interface with it and see it, and they can show us that 1-to-1 counting skill. They can identify the letter we're showing them and things like that, and they get to answer verbally, right? Because they're not writing and filling in scantrons or anything. Did I just age myself?
Yeah.
All right. And then we have the social emotional skills. Again, where a lot of that is going to be done observationally, but there is also a rubric that we like to look at and kind of work with as we plan our Komochi's lessons and things like that. And for our report card is based off of critical standards or standards that we've defined as being, extremely important as they progress to go to kindergarten, which is also work I think we're all continuing on as a district. And so we look at social emotional skills, listening and speaking, language arts, math, science, and motor skills. So like, for example, I was just doing that before we came here, and it was like, can they cut with their scissors appropriately? Things like that. So that's the fine motor one, but there's plenty of other more academic specific ones as well.
Okay, and I'm going to talk about the additional supports we provide when children need additional support and or enrichment, because kids are entering TK at all different levels when they enter from wherever their previous setting was. So we can support them in small groups. Supplemental small groups can be formed based on the ESGI assessment data. I'm not being paid for this, but I can't sell it enough. It gives us such rich information based on the kids' individual performances, which we can then share with families so they can support their kids at home. What we do right now is basically I call it like TK RTI. So I take their data, or we take their data, and then I divide them into groups based on their individual knowledge, whether they need to work on letter knowledge, sound knowledge, or word knowledge, because they're already reading or they're emergent reading. So this is a way to have more differentiated instruction during the TK day. This can be applied to supporting math skills as well when we get there, but this is definitely a great structure to have in place to reach all students regardless of their skill level, and enriching the kids that already have a good foundation of knowledge. Social emotional skills, we keep on saying it over and over, but it's so important, and we are fortunate to have counselors who can provide additional support in the form of social skills groups. We all have calm down areas in our classrooms that the kids learn how to use to be able to reset and rejoin us when they're ready. We teach calming strategies. That is a picture of my actual calm down area. These are all our actual pictures from our classrooms. And then learning through play. They need lots of opportunities to practice and hone these essential skills.
And then last, just some special moments in TK, some photos here. You could see pictures from like Halloween, when we have our Halloween parade, and times when we have free choice and students are creating entire towns, or having their own farmers market, or having a husky party. So we're the happy Huskies because I have a husky. So they got all of our husky stuffies and created a birthday tea party for the huskies. And like getting to do crafts and learning about different cultures, 100th day of school, and garden lessons. And that's TK.
I can talk about the.
That's okay, the microphone's not working, so.
Oh.
don't worry about it.
We can hear you.
I'm gonna talk about kindergarten core curriculum. There's 3 columns. The first one is core classroom instruction. Second column is curriculum experience. And the third column is learning domain. So I'll talk about SEL, social emotional learning. So we use the program same as TK, Kimochis, and learning domains are self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. Well, what does that look like in kindergarten? Well, we work out conflicts every day, all day, and we say, ouch, you hurt my feelings. And to calm down and manage our emotions, we say, smell the flower, and blow out the candle. And parents love this because they're doing it at home with their parents, with their kids. For behavior, we look at zones of regulation. I'll let Joan talk about that.
So the zones of regulation are just different ways to regulate, and it ties in a lot with the Kimochis and it builds on our SEL. So you might say, how are you feeling today? What zone are you in? I'm in the red zone, and red zone could be, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, and it's getting them to use those words and vocabulary, and it's used all the way through, from our youngest learners as well as up to, I'm seeing it at Franklin through our 5th graders. Or, oh, I'm in the blue zone today. And the blue zone's like, I'm a little tired, or, I'm just, you're giving the children vocabulary, words to be able to express themselves. It's just different tools to regulate and to be able to do things. And we tell them you can be in 2 zones. You can be in the yellow zone a little bit worried, but, really excited because, that we're going to do something fun, you just don't know what it is. So we just different ways to regulate. It's helping them understand the behaviors and influences and just, use it also to tie into solving our problems.
And for math, we do not use the Kendall math or illustrated math. We use iReady, like Matt said. So iReady has an online component. So we have a workbook and there's an online component. Yes, we access it through Chromebooks. We log on the Chromebooks. It takes us a while in kindergarten in September, but we got our QR code, we're good to go. So we log in that math program. And of course, our young learners, they need hands-on manipulatives. We play games to problem solve, and it makes math fun and engaging for our young learners. We do a lot of that. For ELA and SLA, ELA is English language acquisition. SLA is second language learning. We use the benchmark advance. So it's our language art program. There's decodables, there's big books. In 1st grade, we pull our sight words from it. We use phonics lessons. Also, there's some phonemic awareness lessons. We work on decoding and comprehension strategies. And there's also a writing component in benchmark. For science and social studies, we use the McGraw-Hill Inspire Science, and the same for social studies. And there's a workbook, the textbook, and with the science component, there are big science kits, and there are a lot of hands-on experiments that we use. And one of my favorite is like living or non-living. So we take a gummy worm and we order a live worm, yes, a live worm, and we kind of compare and contrast if it's living or not living. And we kind of talk about it. How do we know if they love that experiment? For specials, we have PE. We do PE once a week. And art is usually thematic. So whatever we're doing, mostly in social studies or science, we kind of integrate it through our art. If we're doing a unit on polar animals, we'll be integrated with our art. If we're doing a unit on Lunar New Year just passed, we integrate it through our art. And we have music once a week and also library. For kindergarten academics, the ELA phonics, we work on letters. So we really look at consonants and vowels, long vowels, short vowels, sound, blending. We do a lot of this, cat. And then we do a lot of CDC words, same thing, rhyming. I'll do am, jam. Now take away the put pup, pam. So blending and manipulating sounds, sight words. And in 1st grade, for Writer's Workshop, we look at 3 genres of writing. Personal narratives are stories about ourselves. Opinion writing is usually done with like food or animals. The best pet is blank because my favorite snack is blank because. So we have to give a reason. And it opens a lot of discussions, like, well, my favorite pet is a hamster, well, my favorite pet is a cat. Well, you can play with a hamster and cuddle with it. Cat, they scratch. So it develops this rich discussion, being respectful of our opinions. And informational writing is usually writing about nonfiction. So we do insect unit in May. So we write about ladybugs, butterflies, and then some of the kids choose books and they'll start writing about tigers and lions. That's our informational writing. For science, we have 3 units. We look at weather, plants and animals, push and pull. And then for math Common Core standards, we work on orally counting to 100 and skip counting by 10. And we really work hard on writing our numbers 1 through 20. We have a lot of reversals in the beginning of the year. So we really try to work with the children on reversals. Without look right, try again, really try to get them appropriately writing from the top bottom. We add and subtract within 10 and measurement and interpret data. So in kindergarten, that looks like we use non-standard measurement. So I'll say, okay, guys, let's measure the length of our arm. So let's make an estimate. How many paper clips do you think we should use? All right, let's take out the paper clips. Let's measure the length of our arm. So that's non-standard measurement. And for data, we do a lot of graphing, like what is your favorite snack? Food is a big thing in my class. What is your favorite snack? What is your favorite thing to do at recess? So we make a graph and then we count and we talk about math and then we learn more about each other too. And then of course, hands-on math themes and using manipulatives to problem solve are really important for our young learners. I mean, if you come by my classroom now, it's really loud and it's controlled chaos. It's really loud. There's dice, there's teddy bears, there's Unifix cubes. We're all over the place in math. And it's engaging and fun and they need those manipulatives. They need those manipulatives. And then for social studies, we work on good citizenship. So we usually look at our class rules, our school rules, and then holidays, we cover all holidays. We cover Kwanzaa, Lunar New Year, Hanukkah, we kind of cover all Diwali, and we have parents come in sometimes and they do a little presentation, little arts and crafts to read aloud. Community workers, we take the field trip to the library, the Easton Library, and we meet our community workers, our police officers, that ties in. And another component of our social studies is to recognize state and national symbols. So this is all first grade. Kindergarten, sorry.
How do we know what they know? Learning and assessment. Yes, we do have formal assessments in kindergarten. We follow district policy for 3 times a year, beginning of the year, and middle of the year, and end of the year. And beginning of the year, it's really hard to do assessments and try to keep our youngest learners quiet and engaged while we're assessing them. But it gives us our baseline because like in TK, we're coming in at all different levels. So the baseline at the beginning of the year is just learning a little bit of what we know. We follow the district calendar, so we'll do assessments again in the winter, the January term, and then we do them again at the end of the year. Our literacy assessments, we do official, letter recognition and sound. We follow the BTSB, the basic phonics skills test. We're looking at letters, sounds. We're looking at putting words together, taking them apart. We're looking at our beginning, endings, medial sounds, vowels, high frequency words, the California Reading Literacy Project, which the primary grade teachers have just finished last year going through. We're starting to adapt some of their assessments and incorporate those into our assessments with our students. Seeing we have kids coming in reading, we have some not. So we're really just using all of that to that. But we're also doing our non-formal assessments, where you're working with your small groups and you're able to really sort of, oh, these 3 don't have this. So, we're able to rework our students and, move them in different groups and be able to do those. We're very thankful to the speech pathologists because they come in and do a universal screener, which helps us at conferences when parents are like, our child's not talking correctly. Well, actually, let me refer you to our speech pathologists, and those are not developmentally appropriate sounds. So we're very thankful for that. Math, we do some assessments on the computer, on our Chromebooks. That's again an experience. And on top of doing the computer things, we will do other assessments with them because some just like to press buttons and they're getting lucky with their guesses and choices, and others are actually targeting it. So we'll do a lot of hands-on assessments with them in the classroom. I know my class and a lot of the kindergartners through the years have loved getting a workbook or taking actual tests. At the end of each of the iReady units, there's a quick 5 question little quiz that they can take at the end of the unit. It gives us a quick snapshot for that lesson. Are we, caught those skills or not? It's a great way then to go back and check ourselves. We also have assessments at the end of the units and a really hands-on couple week project where we can work on them with there. Our RTI teachers come in and provide the DIBELS, and we use between using the DIBELS assessments and our literacy assessments, we're really able to form groups. I know right now we're taking all the kindergartners at Franklin and we're making them into 8 different groups. And then they're constant, so it's not just my students and the other kindergarten class students, it's our students. And we're working with the RTI team to be able to then to meet the needs. And those groups are very fluid. You know, you might be in the group right now while we're targeting this skill, and then we mix up the groups again. And oh, now we're working with this group. So it's just different ways to really tap the needs and meet our needs. It's also a great way to be able to enrich and enhance. And then we do report cards 3 times a year. And those report cards are right now, you know, kind of standard base for us. Now, how do we support the students? I kind of touched upon it a little bit. Lots of small group and, small group rotation centers, a lot of what Melanie and Leslie said in terms of, being fluid groups, working with our students, being down with the kids, interventions, being able to work with those students who, we might need extra help. A lot of our day is, group work. And so by doing that, you're able to meet the different needs of our students. We're differentiating the instruction to be able to challenge those students that need the challenge, as well as, and enrich and enhance them, as well as, provide that basic support and skill for those students. We use iPads, Chromebooks for our iReady lessons. We use iPads and Chromebooks for our reading lessons. There's different programs. You might be listening to a story on what, for literature, and then be able to draw your favorite part. Or another group might be, okay, what is your favorite part of the story? I want a sentence. So it's a great way to be able to differentiate, because, right now you're just drawing a picture, and that's okay. It's, and then asking them to articulate and tell us those things about those stories. And then we use those same sort of assessments that Melanie and Leslie talked about in terms of social emotional growth, helping them teach problem solving, sitting in there when they're in the middle of choice time, being involved in the, in the play of the choice time, and working with them.
I will be talking about the kindergarten classroom experiences. And so all the schools have, or all the kindergarten classes have special projects unique to each school. So as Michelle was saying, we all celebrate all the holidays, or we at least try to. So we do celebrate Diwali, Kwanzaa, things like that. But in the past month of February, we all had a Valentine's Day post office. We all celebrated the 100th day of school, MLK Junior Day. We all celebrated Lunar New Year. Especially for Mikili, we Dia de los Muertos Ofrendas in October, November. All of our kindergarten classes have a STEM makerspace or a lab or a card. And so actually for this week and next week, we're all making leprechaun crafts as a STEM project. So that's a little fun that we're having this week and next week. For BAPA, we have music once a week. And all schools have a TK kindergarten concert. And as my principal, Ms. Susanna was saying, that our spring concert is coming up next month, or next week, sorry, not next month. And we have some special moments here in K. So we have our butterfly insect unit. We in recent years we've taken field trips to Hiddenvilla. All kindergarten classes have choice time. Math games from, like Michelle thinks, organized chaos in other classes, science, and we have our SEL program, Promoji, choice time, and we have field trips to the library, and we have BAPA with Miss Kerr, and then here we have the jogathon, like Leslie was saying, we also celebrate Halloween, and we have our Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day.
Okay, I am not going to go into as much because I have a combination class, first and second. So my classroom is a little bit different than just that one core curriculum. And I think as the district moves towards having more classrooms that are combination classrooms, teaching just that one grade level curriculum is is getting more difficult. So you have the beauty of actually having a classroom that's very fluid. So you can sort of work through, yes, these are the math standards in first grade. Math is one that's very different, I will say that. I teach all the second grade math right now for my school, using iReady. But previously, like with reading and language arts, in my classroom, I have 5 different reading groups that I have to meet with every day. And in doing so, it's fluid. So I can have first graders in a second grade group, I can have vice versa. And it's fluid, much like these ladies said. And beautiful speaking so far from these ladies, because that's why I don't need to say it all. We use the same programs. We go a little deeper in first grade. First grade is really, in a nutshell, I've taught every grade, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. All of them I love for different reasons, but first grade is the grade where you learn to read. It's a lifelong skill, and it's the year that you see the most growth from a student than you will ever see. It is magical. And for that alone, I'm not going to say it's the best grade because it's not. It's just a really enjoyable grade to teach. All of this work that they have done to bring that child into my classroom has allowed me to take them further. It takes a little while for some. Some come in ready to go and some are not. Same with math. All of those hands-on skills using iReady, all the data helps you to formulate groups where you can meet the needs of those students. Specifically, it could be a group of 2. That's what we do. It could be a group of 8 or 9, and that's okay. Using the materials that we have, but also supplementing with other things as you teach longer, you start to pull from each other. Grade level collaborations. Today we had a grade level meeting, talked about California state standards. All of those things help you hone your craft. And having time to meet with colleagues is equally important, to share ideas that maybe you haven't come up with, or things that worked for you that somebody else goes, hey, that's a great idea. All of these skills and all of this is so important. I will say one thing about social emotional learning. Using also a second step program, which we used to use a lot more in Burlingame, might have been our sole one for a while, is a practice that, it's a practice. It's like yoga. You have to practice it. So every day we come in after lunch, we lay down on the carpet, and I'm a little militant about it, I'll admit it. We lay down and we close our eyes and our body is as still as a statue. And we listen with our minds, and it's so beneficial because it allows the children, and I tell them, it's your time to recharge. We've spent half the day, you just had lunch, you need some time to refocus to finish the day. It's hard to finish the day after a long morning. So we listen to some very inspiring words, and then it turns off and we lay in silence. And sometimes they fall asleep. These are still babies. They're still little tiny people. And it's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. It is just, again, something that is a lifelong skill to take some time to recharge. Everybody needs it. That's another way that in my class, social emotional learning is happening because you need to regulate yourself. The phonics program. I'm just going to turn it up, right? Essential in reading, right? I'm excited about this new pilot that we spoke about earlier. I'm going to try it at the end of the year. Other teachers have already piloted. And I think it's necessary to have a universal program in the district. It has been need for a very long time. A lot of us have used many different popular programs that have stood the test of time, but none of them have been something that everybody uses and can have the same collective data. So this is something from what I've heard, and I've seen a few bits of it, that I think is essential. And I'm really excited that it's happening, or at least I hope it goes through. We'll see. But anyway, I think it's not only essential for younger grades learning to read, but as we know, there are struggling readers in later grades too that need that program, need that instruction. I mean, we write the same genres, nothing more needs to be said there. Other than in a combination class, we're writing the same genres. I am teaching to the high. So those first graders are on board and they are showing me work that can be done. And that's also, I think, a benefit of a combination class. There are still kids that need a lot more scaffolding and that's fine too. But if somebody's ready, the world is your oyster. Grab it, go for it. That's writing, spelling, math. We already talked about iReady, science. Science is hard with a combination class. You have certain units in one grade, different units in another grade. That's an issue, I think, as teachers and the district we need to flesh out. You can't teach one unit and teach it and then they learn it again next year. It just doesn't work. We can find other ways, we can find other programs that we can use, but the one program we have to teach 2 separate science curriculums at once in a day doesn't work. So just throwing that out there. Social studies, Women's History Month, what? So yeah, we do all that stuff and you know, it's all great. Who doesn't love social studies? Learning about people, being kind, empathy, all those good things. The first grade experience, everything everybody else talked about. I'm not going to go into any of that. It's not a whole lot different. We are also, I'll say one last thing to finish. We're also doing leprechaun traps, but because we're into reading and writing, we have to draw our possible trap, label it, make a list of materials, things have to be spelled correctly. You have to come to the store, purchase your things, create, try it out with your partner. You didn't need to, but any way that I can get reading and writing into anything happens in first grade. And that's really it, reading and writing in first grade. It's a big year and it's a fun year. But thank you for sending it to me with all this. That's it.
Yeah, they're just gonna, so we have our speech here. They don't have a slide, but they are going to speak to some of the work they're doing.
For slide list.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. We're here to share some more information about the kindergarten screeners that Joan mentioned. Marla introduced the Universal Kindergarten Screeners during the 2018 to 2019 school year. And our school district appears to be the only district on the peninsula that completes universal kindergarten screeners. Since we started, the speech language pathologists in Burlingame School District have completed approximately 300 to 350 kindergarten screeners annually. And we make observations about the students' articulation, fluency, language, and voice skills. We're fortunate to have speech pathologists on our team who speak Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish, which allows us to conduct screeners in these languages if warranted. A bit of history, our universal kindergarten screeners were canceled during the 2019 to 2020 school year due to the COVID-19 shutdown. We were able to screen and resume the kindergarten screeners in June of 2021. These were conducted both in person and virtually. And since the 2021 to 2022 school year through the present, we have conducted these universal kindergarten screeners after winter break. This allows us to allow the kindergarten students time to settle into their classroom routines, further develop their communication skills, and also gives teachers time to get to know their students well. As Joan mentioned, this also allows the kindergarten teachers to have the information from the kindergarten screeners to share with the parents in time for the parent-teacher conferences in the spring. And the kindergarten teachers are able to share some information with the parents about the child's speech language skills and what's considered developmentally appropriate.
Okay, so over these last years, we've seen speech and language students identified early through what's called the Burlingame Regional Center. Some are identified about age 3, definitely prior to them entering TK or kindergarten. But with us having the universal kindergarten screener that we do, it continues that early identification. So it's very, very helpful. It's been helpful to our TK and kindergarten parents and teachers, as it's been alluded to. That the fact that they know that our annual kindergarten screeners will happen in the winter, they can let parents know at the beginning of the year that or we can share that information as well. Parents and teachers definitely appreciate that level of monitoring that the process provides. The screenings, as was alluded also, they allow us to have further collaboration. So with our speech and language team and the kindergarten teachers, we discuss concerns that the teachers may have. We offer strategies that they can utilize in their classrooms. And we, again, provide that information prior to the parent-teacher conferences. So that really helps parents, as was mentioned. It kind of, helps them, I'm not going to give a good word here, but it gives them a sense of peace that, oh, their child is developmentally appropriate. And continue to watch and monitor them. We have noticed anecdotally post-COVID, after the shutdown ones that we did, that we had an increase with students with frontal lisps, so difficulties with their S and Z sounds. And we noticed it the first few years that after we resumed. And then this year, we finally seen it pitch back to a more typical level. And we had come to the realization about 2 years ago that we really thought it was the impact of the students wearing masks, their teachers wearing masks, or their daycare providers wearing masks. And then even when they came back in person, and even in a classroom setting, a preschool setting, people were still wearing masks for a couple of years. So that definitely was anecdotally, we feel, an impact. But we've seen, again, that trend has reduced to what we would consider more typical years. The other wonderful thing is we have the historical benefit of being able to refer back to our notes from our screeners. Say there are concerns with the student's speech development or language skills in first grade. We can go back and look and see, oh, maybe they have 4 different types of errors. Oh, now they only have 1. So that is also very helpful when the teachers are leaving, for example, for SSQs. And then overall, parents and staff definitely value the speech screenings because, again, it provides that monitoring for our student skills, and there's education about milestones that we share, and then that interprofessional collaboration that it gives us the opportunity for.
Yeah, any questions? The last slide is questions. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have, through those presentations, I heard several programs around combined classes, differentiated instruction, and group settings that were happening. Are those all separate, like separately arranged things, or do they relate to one another?
With reference to a subject or what do you?
So like if we create a set of groups in A or K that are similarly arranged, and then some other students need differentiated instruction or something like that, is that applied to the whole group, or is it separate, or is it just taken into account? I'm just curious.
TK, those differentiated groups would be based on their data. So, and that would be fluid as they talked about in kindergarten and first grade. But that is how we view it in TK, is that is supplemental to the whole group instruction that everyone is getting. And it's just a way to personalize and differentiate instruction for those kids with the literacy focus. But that is in addition to all of the grouping we're doing in general for literacy groups, large and small math.
Like for example, if we were to give a whole group instruction and then we have the data to support like where students are like meeting at the same level. The differentiation piece comes with when we work with small group A, we're gonna explain it one way, and then when we work with small group B, they might need a little less scaffolding, or they might need, and then group 3 might need like more challenging. So we might say beyond drawing a picture, like try to sound out the first word, the first letter sound of the word, because they're maybe not writing whole words yet, but they could go like cat, and they can write a C or a K, right? They can, whatever it might be, cat in window, or I don't know. But I'm just giving like sort of an example. So we're like, they get the whole group instruction, and then a more individualized or group-based instruction based on like their needs. Does that make sense? Yeah, in TK, and I know,
That's
fairly similar.
It's very similar to kindergarten too. You know, and that's, you know, with the new furniture that was purchased, you know, it makes it very easy to be like, okay, we're gonna work groups. And they're constantly moving, which is, you know, we're gonna work with this group and they move around and they don't always realize, you know, that it's differentiated or they pick up on it.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things is that they often actually don't notice really any difference, and that way no one feels different. Like everyone's just getting the same instruction, just at
getting what they
different times,
need.
getting what they need. At different times, and the end product is generally the same, just presented differently.
Well, thank you all very much for sharing with us tonight and telling us how we go from TK to first grade or first and second. And therapists as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you educating us and telling us how that works. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to item 12D, the student achievement plans for BIS and McKinley. Okay, the microphone's not working.
We were just debating who, do you want elementary first or do you want middle school?
Whichever you prefer.
Ladies first.
Thank you.
So, So as promised from the last board meeting, we now have community and EIS presenting their site plans for student achievement. We have in front of you some changes that were made. If anybody's copies there on the back. But I did move Mr. Fernandez and Principal Land to speak about this.
Hi, thank you. Hello again. So McKinley Elementary serves 569 students. Our student population includes 31 Hispanic Latino, 26% white, 16% Asian, 11% identifying as 2 or more races, and smaller populations of Filipino, African American, and Pacific Islander students. We are proud to serve, as one of my teachers was saying, a growing multilingual community at McKinley, with 19% of our students identified as English learners, speaking 22 different languages and growing. Additionally, 18% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Our dedicated team includes 27 certificated staff members, with 11 teachers in our dual immersion program and another 11 teachers in our English only program, along with the specialists in physical education, RTII, RSP, and music. We also have 17 classified employees who play a vital role in supporting our students in street operations. McKinley also receives Title I funding, $22,000, which we use strategically to support student learning and intervention programs such as RTII. What truly makes McKinley special is our inclusive and diverse community. We bring together 2 strong academic programs, our rigorous English program comparable to others in our district, and our dual immersion program, which fosters bilingualism, biliteracy, and multicultural context. So I know you have some questions for me and I'm not answering them. So the area of academic growth, McKinley is focusing on improving literacy and mathematics outcomes for all students, but particularly for multilingual learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities, since our current academic data indicates a decline in their performance. To address these challenges, McKinley is implementing Win Time, what I need, where students receive instruction on the areas they need to improve or even to expand, either from their classroom teacher in a small group center model, kind of like saying what the teachers were explaining, or from another classroom teacher, since we have grade levels that rotate within their the entire grade. During this time, students also receive RTII intervention, targeted instruction, and specialized academic instruction, ensuring inclusion across our school. Our long-term vision is to create, like I was saying before, an inclusive learning environment. So that means that we want all the students to have the support and the opportunities to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. In order to achieve this, we have started delineating the areas that we need to address while we work on fostering a united community. That's to me very to the core, to have a community that is a whole community, and it's on my newsletter, because we want all the members to feel included and valued. For example, every month we hold a valued classroom activity, which focuses on the values such as kindness, respect, inclusion, tolerance, and that celebrates our cultures while we, while we learn who we are and who the others are. These activities are planned by our school culture team with body classes across the programs and across grade levels to ensure that everybody meets everybody in the school. Additionally, we have been strengthening our implementation of positive behavior and intervention support to create a consistent school-wide framework for behavior expectations and social and emotional learning. What we are doing to support our staff, McKinley actively supports the staff professional development by aligning learning opportunities with their professional goals. The teachers set their professional goals at the beginning of the year based on their CSTG standard, which are the teaching standards. And to support these goals, we provide targeted professional development tailored to the individual needs. For example, early in the year, we hosted an artificial intelligence workshop to provide the teachers with tools. And we also have a model. I think we are so lucky to have our dual immersion coach in our school, along with BIS. And so the dual immersion coach supports our dual immersion teachers, and also our RTII specialist supports the English learning with the teachers. And I also have been supporting them. So we provide the teachers the support they need based on, their standards, their goals and the areas of need. We also have started something called peer coaching just a couple of weeks ago. And if it's a pilot program, and if it goes well, we would like to move it forward next year. Communication happens at McKinley. We understand that communication, it varies on the person that is receiving the communication. So we understand that different members of our community, different members of our community prefer communication in different ways. So we ensure that our outreach is accessible through different channels. I personally communicate in 3 primary ways: in person, via technology, and through social media. In person, I engage with families through focused parent meetings, the school site council, ELAC, which is English Learner Advisory Committee, Cafecito, PTA, office hours, and conferences, and also can meet with the parents as well. With teachers, communication happens through staff meetings, one-on-one check-ins, and team meetings. And for students, I connect with classroom visits, bulldog assemblies, so Monday announcements, and lunch and recess every time I see them, to be honest with you. Technology, as you know, because you received my newsletter, I send 3, well, you receive only 1, but I send 3 every week, 1 for families, 1 for teachers, and 1 for the DLI. And I also use Power Messenger to communicate updates as needed, and emails, and phone calls, anything that my family needs. And then how do I promote my school? I think that our students, as you saw today, this is how I promote the school, through the students, because they are the truly ones that are going to show what we do at McKinney.
Why don't we have both presentations?
Yeah.
And then we'll ask questions.
Well, good evening. And so I'm going to do the background for BIS. Just the enrollment right now is 1,119 currently. It has varied. Here, the breakdown of ethnicity is we have less than 1% of African Americans. Asian is about 28%. Filipinos are 2.64%. Latinos or Hispanics are 18%. Pacific Islanders are, again, less than 1%. White is 38%. Two or more races is 9.82%. Not reported is about 3%. When we talk about our English learners or multilingual learners, we have about 9.3, which is about 23 languages at our school currently. Our socioeconomic disadvantage percentage is about 16.5%. Talking about certificated, we have 47 certificated staff, 1.5 counselors, 1 principal, and 2 assistant principals. We have over 15 classified employees. I'm not sure exactly the number. It is very late lately. Our Title I, we are newly Title I funded. I found this out a few weeks ago, but we did have our school site council. We had $51,740. Working with site council, we started talking about where our needs were, really looking at our SIPSAs to really discover where we want to put the money. Some of the areas that we want to put some money into is some tutoring supports, additional resources for ELLs, especially within the mainstream classes. So we're trying to find technology and resources that we can use in those environments. Especially science is one of the goals that we have in the SIPSA. Also, we're trying to work on some intervention materials and intervention programs. Some of our special programs is DLI, as you know. DLI, dual immersion, also continues 6, 7, and 8. It makes difference in each grade level. 6th grade, you still have primary language in the humanities classes, the social studies English class, with English support as one of the electives. In 7th grade and in 8th grade, they do kind of a rotation to maintain their Spanish at one of the electives at a much higher level than the Spanish classes that we have for just learning Spanish. We also have SAI, MTSS, Math Lab. One of the things we've started this year is an intervention in multi-tiered systems of support is Math Lab. It is really to support the class students who are struggling in their math classes. It's kind of an in and out program, like fluid, like we were talking, elementary was talking about. We have speech and language, OT, and counseling. Some of the highlights, so the shining star that I wanted to highlight for BIS this year is our leadership classes. Not just the one class that we have, but we have multiple layers of leadership. We have our leadership class, which is made up of 7th and 8th grades. The leadership class does lunchtime activities, spirit stuff, homeroom competitions, and they've done an amazing job. One of the last things they did was a volleyball tournament. It was amazing to see. 90% is the easiest lunch duty I ever had. It was, everyone was in the SRC watching the volleyball game. It was very competitive, both the 6th and 7th grade and the 8th grade. I was amazed. And that was just one of the competitions. We've had a variety of things coming up. So I'm very proud of our leadership students. This is a new class that we presented this year, and had this year. It's been really wonderful. We also have our ASB, or elected officers. They represent their constituents. They were really helpful with working with Franklin for the Kindness Week and the Kindness Challenge a couple weeks ago. They're amazing. They're wanting to represent. They want to represent their constituents by requesting meetings with Sodexo to talk about chocolate milk. Can we bring it back? I mean, they really want to advocate, and this is student voice, and I'm just so proud of them. For whatever the result is, I'm really proud that they're willing to get out there and stick their necks out and have meetings and really try to get things that they want, that they think their constituents want. So not only leadership class, ASB, we also have our principal advisory group. This is a group who's not elected, who just comes in once a month with me and talks about what's going on in the school, what's working, what's not working, what can we do different. Last year, it talked about changing the schedule, adding a passing period minute every once in a while to get them so that they can, we had a lot less complaints this year about getting from one class to the other. Things are getting on time, which is an improvement. So that happens on a monthly or quarterly basis. We also have peer counsel. It's an alternative to suspension. It's an alternative for discipline. So if kids have something wrong, they go to peer counsel. It's almost like a jury and talk about what can we do to assist. It's a very collaborative, restorative practice where the kids talk about what they did wrong and how to fix the problem and what to do. And the kids talk about options, how to help. They ask questions like, well, what do you do at home? What do you good at? Can you do this for other people? So they come up with activities that really will help the person become better, for other people as well. We also have language ambassadors. We have lots of kids who speak lots of different languages and we need help sometimes. And so in our language ambassador program, they help with our multilingual nights. They help with connecting with parents, doing translations. So again, we have all these different types of leadership and I really want to highlight that as the spotlight of BIS. Some of the things that we have through activities, pep rallies, they organize, that we just had the science fair, the Lunar New Year, our multilingual students helped with the Lunar New Year celebration. It was amazing. We have so many clubs too. That's a leadership that's kind of unspoken. I didn't know how many clubs until I went on my advisory slides. Every day has 4 to 5 different clubs, every day. It's amazing and they're all different. And they really cater to different individuals and different things that they want to do. And kids come in and out and try new things, but it's amazing. So again, that's my highlight on leadership. So in the SIPSA, what area of academic growth are we working on? Really, it's student-centered and needs-driven. One of the things we really noticed in the SIPSA in looking at CASP scores was our English learners in our ELD department. How can we really bolster that up? This year, thanks to working with Nat Caveo and Dr. Weasley-Weirs. I forgot his name. He's an amazing guy. I like fanboying this gentleman here. It's because he really focuses on academic conversations. And it's not just for English learners, but it's for kids to really get into academic conversations and learning how to do that. And I think that has really promoted where I think we need to improve our academic achievement. And that's one way to start doing that, especially when we start getting into really rich content areas like science and algebra and social science. We also are focusing on our MTSS classes. We built 2 new ones. One is called AVID, which we have at the high school level. This is something that we expanded. We went to camp and we went over the summer to really learn all the different elements of it. What it really is a support system for kids to focus on not just note taking, but kind of executive function organization. It also focuses on tutorials. So when kids are needing trouble and need a tutor, how they can present it to a tutor. So they have a whole system of creating, okay, I have a problem with this. Let me talk to you about what my problem is. And they create this whole system in Avid, how to make it so that really kids get the answers that they need rather than just having a person run over the shoulder, oh, just do it this way, or just, help out. So those are some examples of what's the Avid program and how it's helping. We also have a math lab. We have 2 math labs right now, serving over about 25 students. They're smaller classes, but they're for kids who are really struggling in their classes, whether it's the accelerated class or the regular grade level class. And it's to really give them support so that they really accelerate their learning. And in some cases, they've done so well that they can get out of it, go back to an elective and be on grade level or on point with their classes. So these are some things that we're working on. And last one for academic support is the teachers. We really are supporting the idea of the professional learning committee groups, PLCs. I've done it at many of my schools and I've been very versed in it. And it really is a way to have teachers look at data and collaborate in a very cohesive manner. I see the success when we go into classrooms. In fact, I was with a couple of you guys and we're going into classrooms, you're seeing the same thing in each classroom. I'm like, that department is working together, they're collaborating, they're working together, they're reflecting on what they thought was working and what wasn't. So that's a good example of it when I see the PLCs in action. My long-term, excuse my voice, I don't know why I'm losing it. My long-term vision for the school is really as follows: creating an engaging, rigorous learning environment and building a welcoming, caring, inclusive, connected culture for our students, for all students to learn. I mean, it's that simple. It's building a connected group, it's making sure it's rigorous, making sure it's engaged, and that would make a difference in middle school. What are we doing to currently support? I heard a lot of what she said, so ditto to a lot of that, but it's also the one-on-one meetings. It's also talking about their goals. Every teacher has professional goals that we talk about, and we say where you want to go and how do you want to grow. I support how they can work together, collaborate together. I work with the departments and really say, what do we need to focus on in the departments to say, kind of, this is our game plan, this is where we need to go. How do we communicate with staff, students, families, communities? Again, a lot of ditto, so I don't want to say too much about that. But we have our weekly newsletters. We have our homeroom advisory slides for students. We have our Instagram for both parents and students and staff. I do a lot with the PTA. We have a lot of principal copies. We have a lot of print PTA events. Again, very similar. We have a lot of events that we really bring people together. One of the best things that I thought was a real communication was our Welcome to BIS event, where we brought the 5th graders to campus last year and this year, where they got to see what is it like to be at BIS. What do we have to offer? Again, our leadership and our clubs and our electives all presented in a fair. I did some presentations, and we also here had a panel of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to say, okay, what do you want to know about BIS? So we really brought people together to really sell BIS and show what the great things that we have going on. Again, like you, it's the kids who really sell it, not me. So, and sometimes not my staff either. Sometimes we do, and one of the things is also the multicultural events that we really treasure. We just had our Lunar New Year celebration. We're gonna have our Latino night around Cinco de Mayo. We've had a lot of family engagement activities, both last year and this year. We just finished a PTA movie night where kids were going out together. We had PTA bowling night, bunko night, a lot of opportunities to bring us together and to communicate and talk with each other. We also like to highlight the talents of our students. We have our musicals, our plays, the concerts, and our talent show. They help build new friendships, build supportive communities very much, and also the staff versus student games. We have a lot of activities each month where the staff play softball against the 8th graders and volleyball against the 8th graders. Usually the 8th graders win, but it's just what we do and it's kind of fun. Anyway, that's my report.
Thank you both very much. Any questions for principals?
I have a question. Last month, we heard from some of the other schools, and one of the things I had asked about was science and sort of what's happening in science and where you see your schools going, science and stream and STEAM and all of those things. So I wanted to give both of you an opportunity to just mention some of the things that are happening at your schools.
So for me, one of the things that I really was going to focus on is that academic life conversations, because our teachers now with our new schedule. So one of the things that we really promoted with the change of schedule to our block schedule is they can do experiments longer, more detailed. They can get into it a lot deeper. And I've seen it in action. I mean, so one of the things that I'm really happy to see is with the block scheduling, the science department is really on with the the experiments that they do on a regular basis. They actually plan for it. It's not happening. Also with the academic language, that with the training, having them work with the EL teachers. So our EL teachers who have our EL students, we really work with them to kind of give them front loading for students who really give them an advantage so that they learn the concept before they actually go into it. Because one of the struggles is with English learners, how do you get the deep, rich content of science into an English learner who's just developing English? And so we're working on that with the front loaders.
I'm McKinley, if I may add a little bit onto that. We are very lucky because we got a new STEAM lab, a new makerspace. So we put together a team of 4 parents and 4 of our school members, and they're collaborating to design the space to make it so all the teachers, the goal is that by next year, all the teachers are going to be able to go there. And we are unpacking the standards for science, and we are putting lessons together. So the goal is that the teachers go there and they can teach a lesson that it also integrates the STEAM within in the same area. So it's wonderful because we get to design right now. So we are very excited and we are bringing everybody together. So it's definitely one of our biggest focus for the future, for sure.
Are there further questions? I have a question for each of you. For McKinley, I'll ask my DLI questions on your next agenda item. But I have a question to you, because you have an additional challenge with your geographical boundaries that the other elementary schools don't. You just have students that come from further away that cannot walk or take a bus, or excuse me, take a bike. How, I would imagine that leads to some lateness and even more tardies. How do you combat that challenge?
So that's a wonderful question. We have families that, in general, you know how I don't know if you know that the district has provided with bus passes. So we are giving right now 80 bus passes to our families.
How many?
80. 80 bus passes to our families. So we identify the families with more need, and they are receiving a bus pass so they can be on time and come to school every day. Usually the ones that live far, they have their own vehicle and transportation. But if any of them have an issue, we are providing that transportation. I think that if we had a way to bring more kids into our school, into our DLI program, it will be beneficial for some families in our district that maybe don't have access to it because they don't have the means to come, mostly in our, Spanish population. But I think that, we just try to meet them where they're at and see what their needs are, if they need a bus pass or if they need transportation, I know that we also have families that receive transportation from the district because we need them. So.
Thank you.
Of course.
Greg, I had a question for you about CAP scores in math. I find the data very interesting. You have more experience than I do, so tell me if that thought's wrong. But it looks, this info kind of predates your arrival at the IS in that approximately half of your students exceed the standard in math, a third are below it, and 20% are right at it. So it seems to me there's a high number on each end. Is that an accurate thought, or?
Yes, no, I would say exactly that. We noticed it in our site council meeting that we took place here. We had this conversation. And the curiosity was, we are doing a great job at one end, really accelerating our students, but we're growing with the number that are falling behind. And so I really wanted to focus on that last percentage because that seemed to be growing, not shrinking. And how can we adjust that? So with the math lab was one example of what I want to do to kind of shrink that so that we have more of a shift. So I think we're doing some things right, but I think we need to look at why the kids are struggling in some of the classes and how can we support them. So in my mind, because normally when I look at different scores in different schools, you usually see it kind of like the high end is not as high as that, you have a little bit lower, but you have more in the middle and less on the ends, like, the bell kind of curve. But what we want to see is kind of really what you're saying is high end here, keep supporting, and then whatever's, who are behind, how can we help the ones who are behind? And that's something that we're trying to consider. And again, if you look at our math, the priority of math, we came up with a lot of things that we want to try, and one of the things is math lab. So we're really trying to focus on that group to really shrink that, the kids who are struggling. And I think there's a variety of reasons for that. I haven't really, gone into many details on that, but there's got to be a lot of reasons. Some of it's English learners, some of it's just kids struggling, some of it's confidence. One thing that we noticed in our cafecito, or you call it cafecito, principal's coffee, was I was showing the data to the group, and they were saying, hey, how come the girls' scores are going down and the guys' scores are going up? What's going on with that? And we started looking at, well, why is that happening? So that's part of our analysis that we haven't come up with solutions to, but it's part of the question, and we're trying to address it.
And with those at the exceeding standard, how are we doing the years worth back then growth?
I asked it again. I must have misheard.
So with the approximately 50% exceeding standard, how do we ensure years worth of academic growth?
With the exceeding, they absolutely are. I mean, when you see anything 50 or above in the exceeds group, they're making more than 1 year of progress. In fact, they're most likely in the accelerated classes doing even more than 1 year of progress.
Are there further questions? Matt, did you have anything further on this item?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. This is a voting item. So would someone like to make the motion to approve the school student achievement reports for McKinley and BIS?
I will make a motion to approve the SIPSES with the adjustments.
Yes, thank you for that. Is there a second? Second. Doug with the second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll move on. Item 12C, the dual language immersion strategic plan presentation. Dr.
We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, so before we get there, thank you. We do have one public comment on this from Cheryl Wong. Moving forward. Is Cheryl here?
Yeah, maybe we'll.
Oh, it's okay. We take public comments first, so you can come up and share your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you.
Okay,
Thank you for that.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, yeah, thank you for listening and serving on the boards and for the schools. I'm Dr. Cheryl Wong, mom of McKinley's 2nd and 4th grade DLI students. And today I'm here on behalf of over 50, so far 50 DLI families. I'm here to speak matter of factly to share staffing issues with the BSD. And these are issues that are significantly impacting our students' education. Before I go further, I wanted to recognize our really phenomenal DLI teachers and our principals who have come up with creative solutions during these challenging past few years when we have had staffing issues. We love our teachers and we love this program, and that's part of the reason why I'm here today. So I know many of us are aware of some of these issues, but even as a parent with 2 kids in the program, I wasn't fully aware of the extent of the issues until I started creating this table a few days ago. So I'll share with you a copy, but know that, it's a form, I created a format to try to document effects. Okay, so we can share. And this table captures some, but probably not all of the staffing issues across the 1st through 5th grade DLI language immersion program. So notably this year, 2nd grade has had 4 subs of teachers, 2 to 3 subs from August to November, a full-time teacher from Spain from December to Feb after she suddenly resigned, then an interim teacher stepped in for the rest of the school year. The position is now open for the next school year. Additionally, so now there's usually 2 teachers per grade and they tag team, right, to help each other out. But now this leaves the 1 permanent teacher stretched, trying to ensure both of the classes receive an appropriate education, both of the DLI classes. So in 3rd grade, the 3rd graders, well, 1 3rd grade class has had a sub since the beginning of the school year, beginning with a non-Spanish speaking sub assisted by a Spanish speaking aide to help fulfill the target 70% Spanish instruction time for 3rd graders. A full-time teacher from Spain has been hired, but his arrival date is unknown, I think because of the complications with overseas relocation, right? So until then, the class continues with the Spanish-speaking sub. Again, now in the 3rd grade, we have the 1 remaining permanent teacher stretched, trying to ensure both classes receive appropriate education. Okay. Then now we move on to 4th and 5th grade. So for 4th and 5th grade, we have 3 teachers allocated. There's a full 4th class, a full 5th class, and a split 4-5 class. So traditionally, DLI teachers are fluent in both Spanish and English, but because of the DLI teacher vacancy, a non-Spanish speaking teacher was hired into one of these 3 DLI teaching slots in this emergency situation. So currently only 2 of the 3 DLI teachers speak Spanish. So then the 2 classes, a full 5th class and a 4th class split, swap daily between the non-Spanish speaking teacher and the Spanish speaking teacher to achieve 50% instruction in Spanish for both classes. So this is again shy of the 60% target for 4th graders. So this, having this teacher swap, it also results in less accountability and oversight for the education of each individual student. Some 4th graders are demotivated by, actually it's a 3 teacher model now because the split classes, the 4th graders are swapping for math, that's another issue. But what I think it highlights here is that, inevitably complexity arises, and when you have a complex model to begin with, you overlay more complexity and the whole situation becomes even more complex, okay?
So again, and then going back to this SWAT model, it overburdens the teachers, right? We have 2 teachers now managing 60 students, each has to track 60 instead of 30 students, right? And so I think this SWAT model was really a nice, creative, and functional solution in an emergency situation. But my current understanding is the SWAT model is the plan for next year, given only 2 of 3 of the DLI teachers are able to speak Spanish, right? So I'm wondering, why are we not striving for all of the DLI teachers to be fluent in both Spanish and English? That was the historical norm, right? And if all 3 teachers were fluent in Spanish, the teacher swapping wouldn't be necessary. So also,
So Ms. Wong, we do have a policy for 3 minutes, speaking which we've exceeded, but I will extend your time. I'm gonna allow you to continue to speak because you were kind enough to combine your thoughts with the other parents in the community. But I just want to make you aware, so I'll extend the time for another 3 minutes. Will that conclude your
yes,
thoughts?
that's sufficient. Thank
Great.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. So also one of, so in this SWAT model, right, where we have 2 or 3 teachers that can speak Spanish and teach in Spanish, and what if one of the current Spanish teachers, one of the 2 Spanish speaking teachers leaves? What's the backup plan if we're already in the backup plan, right? How can we swap further? So anyway, I think you get the general idea. There's staffing problems in the DLI program that have been disrupted this year, and it's continuing a trend of the past several years. So in this table, I highlighted, I captured staffing issues this year, but in the column on the right, issues that cohort have experienced in prior years, right? So for example, 4th graders, there's a 4th grader in the split class, right? She's not happy in the split class. In 3rd grade, she had a sub for the entire year. My son was in this class and they had a blast, but they didn't get, they didn't get the appropriate education fully, right? And I see that now that my son's in 4th grade. This student also that was in the subclass had it in 1st grade. She had a new Spanish teacher because we had a vacancy there, right? So the new Spanish teacher came in, she spoke broken Spanish, which the kids then started speaking at home. And after a year, she was involuntarily let go. So this is, an ongoing issue that I believe we need to address. The implications are broad, right? Obviously to the students, additional stress on the teachers, right? That are trying to overextend themselves graciously. And even broader, right? I'm the McKinley BC rep and I've been for the past few years. Parents have expressed lack of willingness to donate because of the DLI issues, right? It's also impacting the ability to even staff at McKinley referral. I asked the mom if she would do it next year because I've been doing it for 3 years. And she said, no, I don't know if I would have time. I have to deal with my 2nd grader who doesn't have a teacher. And so I guess ultimately, how did we get here? And is this what we want for our students, right? And how can we get out of this expeditiously? So I guess, I want to leave us with the thoughts of, we need to be, and I know we're starting to do this, we need to be proactive and forward thinking to ensure the DLI's program is fully staffed with teachers fluent in both Spanish and English in the short and long term, right? Can we take immediate action to recruit a bilingual DLI teacher, right? Again, I mentioned this, like, what is the backup plan if one of the 2 Spanish speaking, one of the 2 remaining Spanish speaking teachers leaves, right? We can't swap further. And so making this swap model the norm, I believe, it puts this already vulnerable DLI program at further risk, right? And I myself, as well as the 50 families that have signed aligned with this perspective, believe that we should start recruiting a 5th grade DLI teacher now. We all know how long it takes to recruit a good quality teacher. Right, 2nd grade. I know there's a posting for that open slot. What else can we do to attract and ensure a high quality teacher is in place by August? 3rd grade, right? How can we expedite the arrival of the teacher from Spain? What is the backup plan if he doesn't end up coming or will resign shortly after arrival, like the 2nd grader teacher just did? How long are we waiting for him before we pursue an alternative candidate? Should we be interviewing other candidates now? Okay, and then final thing is, we love the teachers we have. They are so amazing. They have been pushed to their limits, and I am just amazed at their resilience and their creativity in finding solutions in these tough years. What are we doing now and what more can we do to retain these dedicated, high-quality, overstretched teachers in the current DLI program? Can we document and set goals around teacher retention? And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening. I hope the DLI program continues robustly and continues to be the highly coveted program that it has been for many years.
Thank you very much for your comment, and thank you to the parents in the audience for combining your comments with them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Silversmith, can you please introduce our speakers?
Absolutely. I have the huge pleasure tonight of introducing an amazing program, our dual language immersion program, who I've had the pleasure of working closely with for the last 7 years. We started on the strategic plan in 2018-19. It's been through 3 elementary principals, 3 middle school principals, 3 superintendents, 3 assistant superintendents, and I look at this table and there's very few of you and myself that are the last ones standing. So it brings great pleasure to bring it forward tonight and bring it out to have everybody read it. I'm very sad that Chandra Lynn's not here to be a part of it too, because she started with us on this group. And we also had some amazing Spanish speaking parents with us on this journey. So I want to honor them and the work that they did with us to bring it to fruition tonight. And the amount of work that went into this. Very thankful for each and every one of you at the table. This is something near and dear to all of us and the work that you put into this. So thank you for being here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to each of you. If you wouldn't mind telling a brief part of your history for this program, because some of you have been here OG style since your mom found you on TV. So please, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Elaine Toronto, and Silversmith mentioned my mom found this opportunity for me to teach at McKinley and start the immersion program, and I've been there since the inception of it. It's often referred to as our baby because we care about it so much, and I love this program. I love these kids and how it's grown, and I'm very proud of it.
My name is Carla Cawe. I've been working at McKinley for 10 years. I'm the aide for the immersion program. Spanish immersion.
And my name is Hema Cruz, and I came on board in 2010 when there was 1 spot open for kindergarten DLI. And I came from Cabrillo Unified in Half Moon Bay. And I'm now teaching the 4, 5, and 5th grade model that we're doing right now. Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Before you go any further, Elaine, you have 2 kids in the program.
Oh,
sorry.
I forgot about that. I have 4 children altogether. 1 left here at BIS. They've all gone through the program and received their sealed by literacy. My oldest is at UC Berkeley right now.
We're trying to hire her.
And I have 1 in CSM, another BHS, and 1 here at BIS. And so I'm very invested in this program, and I know the struggles and the growing pains, but I love this program so much. I'm very proud of it. And I'm proud of my kids who have accomplished the bilingualism by literacy as well.
Right, Carla.
My students, my daughters went to Franklin, but they are both fully bilingual. I have a graduate student from UC Berkeley, and I have one at New York in the Parsons New School of Design. Both of them fully bilingual, and they also came to BIS and BHS.
And I have twins that are in 1st grade. No, not 1st grade, they're 2nd grade. Yeah, they're 2nd grade in Maestra Fernando's class and Maestra Pereira's class. And Vicente, he's in 4th grade with Maestro Winter. So just like him, I'm fully invested in this program and thankful to Burlingame School District for providing us the opportunity to teach these kids, to be more than second language learners and more than just being bilingual, but more like global citizens.
And I should also say, I also have the language kids. I have a junior at San Diego State, a freshman at Chico State, and a junior in high school at AP5. So I'm also a DLI mom from K through 11th grade.
I'm Eva Kura, and I'm currently the second grade teacher, but I was this year a dual language instructional coach. We accomplished a lot in the short amount of time we were there. And before that, I was in RTI, really building the systems, looking at the whole school, building the systems in DLI. For support for our students that need that additional support and reading. And then before that, I was the second teacher hired in the dual immersion program. I came in 2008 to 2007, right? I mean, I was so busy. And so we're in the little corner in the back, and we have come a long way. I also have 4 children. I also have twins. I don't know if there's something in the water. My twins are in 1st grade, actually. And my son is a 5th grader at McKinley, and my daughter is a 7th grader here at EIS, all dual language.
And I do have 2 kids that are also the product of that dual immersion program, not here in Telluride, and Abbott Middle School in San Mateo, Foster City. So this program is very dear to me as well because it's, you know, like true believing.
So once upon a time, I was somewhere else on maybe that side of the table, and Michael Barber and myself met with parents many 20-something years ago to formulate a bilingual program at BSD. And unfortunately, my daughter didn't quite make the cutoff because she missed it by a couple of months. So she didn't go into McKinley. She went to Washington instead, which I'm very proud of, you know. But I really was motivated to really start the program here because I wanted my daughter to do the DLI program. So I'm so happy to be part of it as the middle school, and that Pam Scott and the board really extended it to middle school, and it continues to be part of the program, which I'm incredibly proud of. So did a great job.
My name is Laura Abshar. I'm with Human Resources. I've been in the district for 14 years. I began as a teacher. I've taught elementary, kindergarten at Hoover, and at middle school, where I taught some of the children of folks at this table. And in January, I moved over last year to Human Resources, where DLI has an extremely high focus. So we set some very clear goals, and we're excited to speak to them tonight. And we are working extremely hard on our strategies and our approaches to ensuring continuity for EIS and our bilingual learners. So I'm excited to talk to them tonight.
All right, go ahead. All right. So we're going to begin with the pillars of the program. Our dual language immersion program is built on 3 key pillars that align with the goals of bilingual education. The first pillar is bilingualism and bidiversity, which means students develop a strong skills in both English and Spanish, learning to read, write, and speak and understand both languages fluently. The second pillar is high academic achievement, ensuring that students meet and exceed grade level expectations in all subject areas, not just in one language, but across both. The third pillar is social cultural competence, which fosters the appreciation for diverse perspectives, cultures, and backgrounds. Our students learn to navigate and contribute to the multicultural world with confidence and empathy. So a little bit of our historical perspective, you've heard a little bit of it. In 2007, McKinley School housed the district-wide program. And at that time, I could say that a lot of people saw it as like a McKinley program. It's a McKinley program. It's a district program. All of our students come from across all the district. In 2007, when we started, McKinley started with 1 kindergarten class, and it was high English speakers, so a lot of one way. The majority of English speakers at that time was what we had. They did really well, but we definitely evolved it into a 2-way immersion program in 2010, focusing on recruitment of native Spanish speakers. We continue that work today, really making sure that we get those Spanish speakers in the classrooms, because dual language programs were originally created for Spanish-speaking students.
In addition, also that language model really helps our native English speakers learn Spanish, right? So to have those models, it can't just be one teacher speaking Spanish the whole day. I'm trying to think of anything else that we want to add to. Yeah, so we moved to a two-way dual language immersion in 2010. And then we started slowly growing. We ended up with two kindergarten classrooms, 2 first, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, and now we have a 4-5 combo. And yeah, that's a little bit of history of our program. Anything else that you want to add on today?
Usually around 4th grade, we have a straight 4th, a straight 5th, and a 4-5, just how the numbers play out. But because K through 3rd grade, we have 24 students, and up to 4th and 5th grade, you can go up to 32.
And we don't let students in after midway through first. Yeah, it's case by case. Right now, we do have a late entry protocol just to make sure that they fall within graded level, so we can get them growing 2 languages. Because remember that it's not just the English, not just the Spanish, but we do have to grow both languages. We tend to lose more than gain. Yeah.
So we know what the elements of a successful program are. So we know that they need to start early, require long-term commitment. That's why we ask our families to commit from kindergarten all the way to 8th grade. They also follow an additive bilingual approach, meaning that the students develop skills in both languages rather than replacing one with the other. Cultural validation is key as we honor and integrate the languages, people and cultures represented. Positive learning environment fosters engagement through reciprocal instruction and supported interactions. And then finally, the family school partnerships are essential for the successful program. So strong collaboration with other families is essential as well.
Our program model is a 90-10, which means that 90% of kinder and 1st grade is taught in Spanish. We build Spanish literacy first and then slowly add English literacy. We know that a lot of skills transfer over, so we really rely and understand what needs to be specifically taught in English based off on transferability. Like Sana said, we understand also the process that the Spanish is additive to English. It doesn't really subtract, it doesn't take away from that learning. And so once we hit 5th grade, we are at 50-50 model. Middle school, I think Grady already said this in our presentation, but we have in 6th grade, it's 2 periods, and then 7th and 8th grade, this was an actual amendment that we did compared to our first strategic plan. Our students were coming in with a little bit less oral language, so we switched it to an immersion wheel. I forget what year that started in, but yeah. So immersion wheel in Spanish, focusing on reading, writing, and speaking, and then 7th and 8th is combined, because another thing that we've noticed is our cohorts kind of tend to stay together, so that's another thing.
So our DLI enrollment guidelines ensure balanced and inclusive program. So right now, we open enrollment to all the students in Burlingame district. And we also offer in out of district native Spanish speakers that are eligible to apply under board policy. They also have to demonstrate competency in the language. And we strive for balanced classroom. So we try to have a 50% Spanish speaking and 50% English speaking students. Sometimes we include bilingual students in that model. Siblings are all enrolled students, receive priority placement. And there are also remaining spots filled through lottery when we have lottery. Sometimes like this year, we may have to. And families, like I said, they have to commit to the program throughout the entire time of the kids being in there. Parent and community involvement is, like I was saying before, is essential. So our DLI program thrives on the parent and community involvement. So we try to have, and we work really hard on having clear communication. We offer volunteer opportunities and culture events. Families stay informed via newsletters, forums, school websites, participation is encouraged through ETA and ELAC, which is the English Learner Advisory Committee. Classroom volunteering is also really essential, and translation and support from some families. We also actively seek feedback through surveys, structured discussions, and direct communication with school leaders to improve the program. And community outreach efforts such as multicultural night, kindergarten information sessions that we did this year for all the schools in the district, and local news features. We help celebrate and showcase our schools. So it includes both of them, just so.
So I'm excited to share this slide, the professional learning slide. This year we have extended our professional learning opportunities to include attending our dual language conference in June coming up. This is the first time we're back at this conference since 2014, when my son, who's now 11, was 4 years old. So this is allowing our teachers to learn from national experts and then bring best practices back to the classroom. We're really excited about this opportunity. I want to just highlight some things on this slide. This year, for the first time, we've received direct professional development for only our DLI teachers. Through CRLP, we learned a lot about transfer and of expansion English skills. So we focused on that through here at BAS. We actually did it. CRLP came through UC Berkeley. And on top of that, we also had K-1 teachers receive training in our phonics supplement in Spanish up in Valle de Escribir. Last summer, the RTI team was able to attend virtual training around our intensive reading curriculum, Aprendo Leyendo. I was able to attend a day conference for CABE, and it solidified a lot of the things that we hold dear in our program. I was able to collaborate in my role as an instructional coach with a lot of programs across the Bay Area. I had a connection actually in Colorado through Susana Telluride. I spoke to the vice principal at Abbott, a connection at Pleasanton and Menlo Park. I went to their program. I went to Fiesta Gardens. And one of the things that I think that our program is ready is we're ready to showcase. I think that we've gone and we've studied a lot of things, and I think it's time for people to come and see our program and really see the structures we have in place. And I'm really proud of that, because when we went to Menlo Park, I think there was times where her and I looked at each other and we're like, right there, we can help them with that. So that was really exciting. And in all of these collaborations, there was definitely a connection with a lot of people that were like, let me ask you some questions. So it was a very collaborative effort. I was really proud of that. So I'm really excited about the professional learning that we have coming our way. So that's that.
So speaking, oh man, you just said something I forgot. Okay, anyway, I'm a little off. So in 2012, showcasing, that's what it was. So speaking of showcasing, the state of California in 2012 created the Seal of Biliteracy, the California State Seal of Biliteracy. It's an honor that gets recognized by high schools, but what we've done in both 5th grade and 8th grade have shown the Biliteracy Pathway Award, 8th grade, the Certificate of Biliteracy Attainment Award, and in each of those instances recognizes, showcases, and highlights the idea that they have high level of proficiency in reading, writing, and speaking in both more than one language in addition to English. And so with Burlingame, we have both these awards, and at BIS, the promotion for DLI will receive a award honoring their biliteracy attainment award.
Next, I would like to speak to our educator recruitment and retention, and I know I'm breaking all Duarte rules for Mr. Cabello, but the content is really important here, and I will go through each item because they are so important. So one of the things that we are doing is we have a team that is going to the San Mateo County Office Job Fair this coming Saturday. We also have partnerships with local community colleges for career pathway development. So we work really hard to work with anybody who is interested been taking their transcripts, seeing where they stand, what potential they have for moving forward in a credential, and then we help to pair those folks with the right program. Luckily, Mr. Land is on the board with Reach University, which tends to be a very accessible and friendly cooperative online program that we have worked closely with. One of the things that we've worked on really hard this year is reaching out to local Bay Area universities. And one thing I've noticed is in going to the career fairs, there is very high competition for all bilingual candidates. People have glitter signs, they have all kinds of things, and maybe you get a sliver of attention. So a strategy that we're employing this year that is much different as I'm reaching out to the credential cohorts and asking that we can have a chunk of their time in class where the entire cohort is available to hear all about Burlingame. So we are doing that this Friday with San Jose State, where we're going in to get their focused attention, and we get the attention of every bilingual candidate in that room to talk about Burlingame. And I am reaching out to other local communities too. They're probably really tired of hearing from me, but I also, as a matter of that, even if you look at our human resources website, we've revamped it to be more friendly and accessible. And we are showing all of our university partnerships that we're extending to and building on, and also continue to reach out with.
Just to piggyback on that, Director Afshar, 3 of the DLI teachers have a great connection with San Francisco State's one of their DLI, the department chair, and they've been doing a lot of work for us too directly.
And we have had, this year, we had a teacher return to Burlingame to make him.
Correct, she chose to go back.
It was wonderful. He also has really strong connections with San Jose. So we are leveraging our connections, and I am also reaching all the way up to San Diego, where I went to school, and I know they have very strong bilingual credential programs there at San Diego State. And working through the other universities there. So we are really looking statewide for our connections and with universities and programs in that way. We have our bilingual credential stipend that we instituted this year, where we yearly, folks who are using their BCLAD, their bilingual credential, receive a $2,000 a year stipend. We also have our hiring bonuses that the teachers receive $3,000 the first year, $1,000 the second year, and another $1,000. So $5,000 in total if they have their BCLAD. As I shared, we are working on our classified folks who might be interested in attaining their bilingual credentials. We are matching teachers to credential programs. I have a very extensive list. I have contacts. I have gotten to know those contacts directly, and I am pairing folks up as best I can with a program that will meet their needs. We've been working on housing support. So we always work with HIP through San Mateo County, but we've also had some very generous community partners reach out to us to help facilitate with our new teachers, connecting them with housing. So that's something that we're looking to extend internally. And we've been very grateful for that connection. And we may have even had some administrators who are especially gracious in setting folks up and helping them with their arrangements and connecting and making their folks feel welcome. We, unlike other districts, we accept up to 12 years of service credit, which is a pretty high bar in terms of the years that we will give to somebody that they can bring over with them. We have worked on H-1B visas and J-1 visas, and I will say that that Principal Garcia Fernandez has also put in our application for the visiting teachers. I'm jumping around in my things, but our visiting teachers program for Spain, and it's a partnership with the California Department of Education. We were one of only 60 districts that were accepted in through that program, and we have put in for 2 J-1 visas for the upcoming year. So that's something we're actively working on through a very well-respected embedded program. Additionally, we are bringing global perspectives and diversity to our educational department. So I know a really big thing is our affinity groups and helping people build connection once they are here. That is featured on our human resources page.
We are creating temporary staffing solutions while developing long-term recruitment strategies. I came into this position in January, and I can tell you, for many months, I was working late into the night and getting up at 4 a.m, focused on our credential assignment monitoring. How could we connect people? How could we support them? How could we get them through their testing that they needed? How was I checking in with them, with their administrators on a regular basis to ensure that they knew where they were on the pathway? And how could we help them reach those goals? Hours and hours and hours. We increased our DLI substitute rates to increase our sub pool. We have an outstanding DLI instructional coach who will return to this position in the fall. And that was something that we definitely established as we are very excited about. I already shared about the teachers, the visiting teacher from Spain, ensuring compliance and support. So this is something that was a very high need when I came in. It takes a lot of research. We have our county office credentialists on speed dial. Ernesto and Sonia over at the county are our best friends. But we do constant check-ins. I don't know how many times Susanna and I emailed in the last 48 hours about credential and like what is needed and what. So we were so zeroed in on what the needs are and where our teachers are at and how they're progressing. And that we are in compliance because that is non-negotiable. That is something that's always a priority. And that we also ensure that if we have somebody that we always conduct exit interviews and most of the time Superintendent Silversmith meets with folks as they exit to really understand how can we strengthen our program to encourage retainment. Yeah, we've been working very, very hard on very concrete goals. Oh, no, one of the most important things, we have interviews coming up with 4 DLI candidates on the 20th. So we. So even though currently our circumstance, we are always this opening that we have had, our posting has been up since I started in January. We have engaged with every interested candidate that comes across to us. So it has been, and we might be at different stages in the year. We might be at different places with our positioning, but we are engaging with every highly qualified candidate that comes across our posting, and that is something that has been consistent. So
I was giving you a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
So, well, I guess we'll conclude. Do you want to?
I
think you were
gonna say. No, I don't know. Yeah, no, questions?
Thank you.
Questions from board members?
I have a question. So one thing I'm wondering about, given that this is a district program, I'm wondering a little bit about the articulation between the elementary level and the intermediate school level. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit. Is that mostly instructional?
Well, I was gonna talk from the middle school perspective down and kind of back and forth. I'm really proud that working with these guys, because especially Yvette, she's gotten us to really connect this year. She's developed, so that the middle school teachers meet with the elementary teachers, kind of talk about what's happening and what net lessons are being done and what levels our kids are at, getting them ready for the middle school. And so that connection happened just this year, thanks to Yvette. So I really want to give her credit for that. We've actually gone to McKinley and had some experiences with some of the PD training, which was amazing as well. So on that level, I think it's been really good. One of the things that we need to develop and we're working on this year is kind of having our DLI students from 8th grade really talk with the elementary and talk about what the transition is going to look like. We've started developing that this year. We're going to have one coming up shortly where our kids will go and talk to the elementary kids. I also will have probably an information night that we're going to work out where the parents will have some, kind of in depth, kind of this is what's going to happen. What you had in dual immersion in 5th grade, what's it going to look like 6, 7, 8. So those are the this year.
That's
actually a big goal of mine this year. That was a piece of all of the, I think, connections that I was trying to make, is really see what's out there. What growth can we do here in our program, and how to collaborate both, it's one program. So I did, we worked on monthly meetings for DLI teachers, and just really making sure that they're getting the things that they need up in the middle school. Yeah, and just more collaboration is really cool.
It's been a great start. I just kudos. I just have to tell you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just a comment that I appreciate all the hard work on recruitment, because, I mean, I know from my years sitting up here that it's incredibly difficult positions to recruit and retain, and I'm glad that we have to focus on it, because it is important, a really important part of our district program. So thank you.
I have several questions, but before I ask, I have a governance question for the superintendent. What exactly are we being asked to approve right now? This is a voting item. What are you asking us to?
The strategic plan.
Okay. All right. So in addition to, okay. Director Asper, how many openings do we project to have at McKinley DLI program fall 2025?
Well,
As of
currently,
right now.
we do not have a vote.
Second grade.
Yes, well,
Second grade's open.
right, correct. So that would be the one at this time. It's hard to say production, and so like I said, we are engaging with, like, we have our postings up, and we are engaging, and we are connecting, and we are checking in with anybody who would be interested to make sure that we have our connections built, should anything should be changed.
Second grade's currently open. Our teacher from Spain, we still have not been able to get him here. And we don't really know what's happening with that. It's been quite a while. We need to check in to see what that looks like and what that could be. But at some point in time, we need to figure that part out next.
How they have to find
So-
working federal employees to.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that, but yeah. But yes, so I mean, as of right now, there's one opening on the books. However, we also know that there could be others, including, to be completely honest, if we can fill the first one, that's the 80-20, the fifth grade that is the English only, that would be our next priority too, should that person want to find an English speaking side job.
And you spoke about the competition at job fairs, which I can imagine is very intense.
Yeah.
And you covered our financial incentives. How do our financial incentives compare to our competing districts that are going after? Because what I'm getting at is, do we need more support from the board for these hiring practices?
In terms of our stipend and in terms of our, in terms of our stipend and in terms of our bonuses, we're doing pretty decently. There's always ideas that we have, and a lot of that has to take place. We're always working on that. The superintendent Silversmith and I have ideas, but there are different pathways that we have to look through that. In terms of our competition we're right in the mid-range for our district in terms of our rates, our salary. The incentives are pretty decent and on top, but I really think a huge component of this is the timing of when you get in to connect with the credential programs. It's really, really important to get in and make those connections early and build those university partnerships and bring student teachers in and connect with interns, and those components are really critical. And to maintain those relationships with folks that have worked in Burlingame, even if they move on, so that it's a small network, especially on the peninsula. So maintaining those positive relationships is really crucial. And then knowing the universities well.
And I want to be careful to not negotiate away from the table, but I will say, some of the things that we've built in the past have been built on some of the things we have negotiated, so we can talk about what we have on paper. A lot of the ideas that we've brought forward for our DLI staff actually came from our DLI staff, from exit interviews or conversations based on things with them. So that they brought forward to us in previous conversations. So based on that are things that we've worked on with them. So I think that's something that's really important to say. It's in collaboration and support. One of the other things that we've heard from our actual DLI staff that we've taken into consideration and we've really built into resources, which says a lot about the partnership with Ed Services and Fiscal, is a strategic professional learning plan that's built around them. So it's not, they're just not going to the typical general run of the mill what everybody else is getting. They're getting that, plus they're getting professional learning. And we really heard that from Elaine and Yvette and Carla and Hema tonight. Like they're getting the first professional learning in many years. So, and that's based on a lot of feedback from them for the retainment that other things, you know, so it's a lot of the feedback we're getting from them only about the recruitment and it's the retention model of that too.
And that's something that's new this year, is that right? That those, having the DLI conference, the DLI CRLP and that kind of thing, that's new this year?
Yeah, that's, we've never.
And may I add also the curriculum, like, you know, the fact that we have the tier 3 curriculum to support our students that are learning Spanish, I think that is something that I haven't seen in other districts.
And we, everywhere we met, it's nothing.
No, we are the only district that has that.
I'd like to just add that having a dual language coach is immensely, it makes a big difference, because this is a district-wide program, but as teachers, you know, we're kind of, we're putting our energy here, putting our energy there, but having a dual language coach that puts her energy into growing the program in the right direction has made it much cohesive just across the grade levels, and it's a very important position, and I appreciate it.
And then I had one final question. It's for really anyone at the table, Yvette, if you're up for it. Just what additional support does the DLI program need from this board that you're currently not getting? What additional support do you need from the community, from parents, from the district? What do you currently need that you're not getting?
Can I start?
I
was gonna start. It's okay. Thank you for the question. I think it's a really good question. So we know that, you know, there's lessons that we have learned and mistakes that we've made, and we're not gonna make them again. I think that this is a program that is living. It's a living program that is evolving every minute of the day. I am so thankful to be here in this table with this amazing group of people and the parents. I mean, the way that we are doing with the families is, the work that we're doing with the families is incredible. The students are the ones that are making the program, the way that the program is. And I think that the support that we need from all of you is to understand that, like I said, it's an evolving program. It's growing, it's changing. And we have to adapt. We have to look at the challenges that are coming and how can we face them and how we think outside the box. And sometimes, you know, like I said, it's changing. So the open communication, the fact that we are here just talking about this, I think is wonderful. So thank you so much for allowing this table, kindness, and just walking with us, like you are saying, we have an amazing team, so let's walk together, because we all at the end have the same goal in mind, which is, the success of our students. And we know as parents what that looks like. So I think just continue with the support that you're giving us to us is just paramount. So,
I think one of the things that I'm thinking about is, since the beginning, it's been about teamwork. It's been about parents and teachers and admin just throwing this program together. So I think just continuing that support and just understanding that we are in the fire in the trenches with you. Like when you feel like in a vacancy, we're also feeling it. We're also sweating right alongside you to make sure that your kids get what they need. So, because it's our kids too. I mean, I think that our staff, I counted 7 or 8 parent teachers on staff, especially in our dual language program. If we didn't believe in it, we didn't think it was successful, we would not put our own personal kids here. So I think that I would just continue to say thank you for hearing us, because I think that that was one thing in the very beginning. It felt like, I know that many of you remember some of your teachers back then, you would raise your hands and everybody's like, oh my God, they're gonna ask, does it come in Spanish? Yes. We don't have to do that anymore as much, because I think that the board, especially the district, has really thought like, hey, let's think about the dual language program. It's a successful program. and it also has its needs. So I appreciate, I know Matt, we've worked closely together in a lot of these programs and pushing things out, and it's always like, I need you here to hear, put the lens in DLI. So I would say thank you for that, and just continuing that teamwork between all of us as parents, teachers, and admin board.
Can I add, I love when you guys visit. That is my favorite thing. When you come in and you watch the kids and ask them questions about what they're doing. It was just wonderful to see you guys here, because I think that can show you where we are in our program. If you could visit like K1 and just keep on asking these questions to us, to the teachers, to the parents, outside of just these board meetings, but just continuing these conversations, like putting it on your phone and saying, oh, I need to make sure I touch base with this teacher or with this parent, or I think the constant communication and transparency, I think, is key. Again, please come and visit us and ask those questions of us, the teachers and the students. We want to keep each other accountable, but our kids are our shining stars and our gems. And they're the ones who are going to be the global citizens who are going to be really making this future better. But you have to see it in the classroom first to see how they're doing. And see what materials we have. You can see it in our classroom, what board approved and district provided programs we have and how we're using them. I think that's really amazing when we have board members come and visit us, because we have some amazing things that we've done in the past and we're looking forward to it in the future. And like you guys said, we wouldn't put our own biological children in this if we didn't believe in it so much. Because our children are also, those 61 kids that I have, those are my kids, those are my babies. And when it's graduation time, I'm the one crying. It's a mess, but but I'm so proud to be able to give them that seal of literacy, to know that they're going on the pathway to BIS. And it's such an amazing program that this district has done. So again, please come and visit. We love seeing your faces, and the kids love seeing all these people because they're like, oh my gosh, there's these strangers coming in, and they're board members. And they're like, oh, estoy diciendo en español, and they're like, they want to show off, they want to show you what they've done. So thank you for coming in.
Is there any further information you want us to know on this sort of strategic plan?
Thank you for your support.
Would anyone like to make a motion to?
Sorry, what did you say?
I've been here through a few superintendents and principals as he said, and I've said this before, but I feel the most support at this moment in time. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there anything else you'd like us to know? Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve? We're on item 12C, the dual language immersion strategic plan presentation. Thank you, Tanya. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Nicole seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all.
All right, we're on item 12D, the multilingual learner presentation. Assistant Superintendent Surveyor.
Yep. I'd like to have some, our EL specialist come to table to help with a very brief presentation. So it was our full expectation to bring the full plan to you today. This has been a work that's been going on. It predates when I was working on it. Several hands have been on this document. It's very thorough. I can't wait to show it to you. A law changed and we need to make an adjustment. So our EL specialist, Ms. Laura McClure, is here to walk us through the first part, and then we'll explain a little bit kind of our next steps.
I'm Laura McClure. I'm the EL specialist for the district.
And most of my job is dealing with LPAC, or giving the LPAC test, the initial LPAC and summative. We're in summative LPAC time now, but this year I've taken over LPAC coordinator. And part of that job has led me to the multilingual strategic plan. And Nat and I have been meeting regularly about it. So we are excited to share some information about this and more at the next board meeting. The plan provides up-to-date information on legal requirements for multilingual learners, and it aligns with the California Learner Roadmap for the 21st century. The guide implements the curriculum, instruction program, and assessment. The components of the plan are identification, assessment, and placement, instructional programs, monitoring student progress, staffing and professional learning, parent and community engagement, evaluation and accountability, and funding and resources.
So the law change that the principals took off, they're gonna wanna know this. They're gonna find out how the principal is. So the law change now requires any school with at least 21 or more English learners to have an ELAC. Currently, not all of our schools, that would apply to 6 out of our 7 schools and almost 7 out of 7 schools. So we don't currently have that in our schools. So if we presented the multilingual report to you at this point, it would be incomplete and invalid because we have to have it approved by our ELAC plans and then again by our DLAC, which is our district English Learner Advisory Committee.
When is your rough plan to bring it back?
Very quickly, to the next board meeting is the hope. The plan is pretty much ready. You just need to get the ELAC things set up so that they can look at it.
Okay.
So that's our plan.
This is an informational item only. Are there any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have one. So an ELAC is a committee formed of people from the community?
Yes, at the site level, and then there is a district one that we have that we had our meeting and actually went over the plan a little bit and we're ready to go. But so they'll meet, talk about, they have some other things to talk about. We'll go over with the principals about things they should talk about. Sometimes they have themes as far as like, we're going to talk about reading resources. In the past, when I was at Roosevelt, we always had one. We did one where we brought in resources from San Mateo County to teach English for people to take classes and things like this. So it's an outreach, and also you get to hear from community members that aren't often as vocal in the meeting. So and they have specific issues for that you need to bring forward.
Is there any concern about the timeline and being able to form those committees?
I mean, I guess we're gonna find out at the prince. We're gonna go as fast as we can. Yeah.
If you can't make April,
Yeah.
we'll keep in touch.
Okay. Yeah.
Assistant Superintendent Correa, you said the 7th school was pretty close to us. Wasn't your plan to do it at all 7?
We're planning to probably roll it out at all 7, just because the one Hoover that doesn't, and but they have currently, I believe it was 11 or 12 students with 8 that were testing. So that would, if all passed, would put them very close. So at this point, build the
plan is to
the plan is to provide all 7.
All right. Well, I assume we'll see you next time then.
Yeah.
Set the bar high. All right, that's an informational item. Next item.
You're gonna say that it'll bring you a computer.
Just do it from here?
Yeah,
Oh,
just the
all right, sure.
Next item is item 12B, the JEDI attendance and chronic absentee, another informational item that Don will be presenting to us. Thank you, Don.
Well, I mean, it's great to have attendance can last in education because a lot of these programs can't happen unless the students are actually showing up. So it's important to sort of wrap things up with the final presentation in the education area. And so thank you, Board of Trustees, here to present just information and data related to our chronic absenteeism and our attendance rates for the district and sort of the district's plan looking ahead. So first, I think it's important for us to understand what it means to be have an excused absence from an unexcused absence. I'll go through these briefly. Illness, which also includes starting in January of 2024, you can have up to 3 mental health days a year that would be qualified under illness. Quarantine, doctor's appointments, court appearances, citizenship appointments, things of that nature. Culinary ceremony and events is somewhat new in the last couple years. And then also new in the past year is civic and political events. So if you want to participate in elections for a day, it's an excused absence, things of that nature, or other political events that came up. And so that's new as of what has always been in excused absences is students of family of the military. That's been there for quite some time for their immediate family. Unexcused absences are some of the more common ones where it's students not called out. So it would be unexcused. Vacations are considered unexcused. Suspensions considered unexcused. Also being late more than 30 minutes to school without a valid excuse is an unexcused absence. So that sort of gives you a frame of where we're at as a district. So comparing Burlingame to some of two of the other local districts, my understanding is we like to we have similar demographics, similar size, similar resources. With San Carlos and Belmont Redwood Shores, and then comparing us to the county and to the state, we do compare comparable to our districts to the south, similar in number of average days of absence, although San Carlos is a little better on their average, but you can see that we pace better than the county, where we have fewer students missing days of school, and then compared to the state, it's about 4.5 days better than the average student in a school year. And then you can see the breakdown of percentages of excused absences versus unexcused absences, and you just go make sure you reference back to that initial slide where it talks about what an excused and unexcused absence would be. And you can see we do very well compared to San Mateo County in the state, and very similar to our neighbors, our comparable districts to the south. We also included is out-of-school suspension. For the most part, all of the districts in the county in this area do very well in this for K-8 education, but we do very, very well with very few suspensions on an annual basis. And you can see our rate compared to the rest of the county and the rest of the state. We're 0.1%, so it's very, very small. One area of focus you'll see later in the presentation, incomplete independent study absences. We do not have a high rate of independent study, but the students who do independent study are doing usually very, very well. So we don't have much absenteeism when they're actually doing an independent study program, but I think that is an opportunity for us because we don't have a very high rate of students doing independent study in our district. And we'll talk about that a little later. So as you can see, our rates compared to the county and state are very, very favorable on this fifth slide, with average days absent better than the rest of California by 4.3, 17.2 more excused absences compared to the rest of California. And so that's just, they're calling in with excused absences and documented as such. This sixth slide illustrates comparing our individual schools and the average rate days absent, with the highest being Washington with 10 days absent, and 69% of those students with excused absences, and almost 31% unexcused. Understanding the root cause analysis and digging deeper to understand the why is probably something that's percolating right now for many. And it's, so why would a school have 2 or 3 on average? There's a variety of reasons. It could be demographic. It could be proximity to their home. It could be, parent ed levels, things of that nature, all are factors. And those are things that we will talk about a little later when we talk about our approach to how we deal with absenteeism in Burlingame. And so looking at these numbers, Hoover and Franklin doing the best by district in looking at BIS, middle school. The thing about attendance is the older they get, the more school they miss. And so just you think there's a solution when they get to high school? No, in high school, 9th graders attend more than a senior. So freshmen attend a lot more. And so you also will see that as you progress grade level in I'm pretty safe. Now, the exception is preschool. Our preschool data, although we don't have to record that, our preschool data is pretty bad. But it's because it's not something that families think they can opt into and bring them almost as daycare. I don't know what it is, but it's a high rate. So it's interesting, but it's not something we report to the state. All right, so the focus of so that's just about absenteeism. So the focus is about chronic absenteeism. So important to know that for a student be titled, which is a California term, chronically absent, they need to be absent for any reason, unexcused or excused, for 10% of their total days enrolled or more. So for example, in 180 days, if you're absent 18 or more days, you would be considered chronically absent. So it is a moving target. So you really can't, you could figure out who your target audience is on any given day, but you won't really know what your total is for the year until the last day of school. But it is something you can pay close attention to and monitor. For last year, the 23-24 year, we were 9.4% chronic absent. And so that's and then chronically absent also, so 10% of the students who are 10% or more absent, here's a breakdown by race and ethnicity, with probably the number of with the grades. This is supposed to illustrate our enrollment percentage versus the chronic absentee rate. And so looking at those two columns is super important, because you can see where you might have some disproportionate numbers between the two columns. I'll point out, for example, Hispanic or Latino, 17.6% is our enrollment, and 21.3% are chronically absent. So that means that's the percentage of the total 100% of chronically absent students, what that percentage is for the chronic absent breakdown. Hopefully I can illustrate that in better ways or for questions later. And you can see the other ethnicities and races that are reported here. So looking at chronic absenteeism by school, I want to point out a few one area of concern would be Washington, 14.4% chronically absent, meaning of their total absentee, they have counts are individual students. So for example, for Washington Elementary, it's 59 students of their total enrollment. And again, BIS, I mean, 11.3, I'm not surprised they're higher than all the other elementaries. So it's just because of the grade and options and choice. A lot of students get themselves to school when they get to middle school, and sometimes they don't always get there, or sometimes they make a decision not to go to school in the morning and the parents already left for work. Those are all sort of commonplace, but we're going to have levers and interventions in place to make that happen at a better rate. Hoover Elementary, 3.7 is on the low end of the scale, but these are really, really good numbers though as a district. Even Washington, as you'll see, compared to the rest of the county, is doing fantastic. And Washington compared to the rest of the state is doing amazing. But just comparing to the rest of our district, you want to know where you can focus and put some of your resources. So just to illustrate that. Now, this was I was presenting 2023-24 data to you. This is a snapshot of where we're at on Valentine's Day this year. Now, these numbers are going to be inflated. The reason for those numbers being inflated is the further we get away from holidays and the flu season, those numbers will go down because it's 10% of the number. So it's 10% on February. If you ran this right after the holiday break, I bet you these numbers are much better than they were just after the holiday break. We get this data from our CalPADS report. And so we get a quarterly report from our CalPADS administrator at the county. We look at these, and I look at these very closely, so we know where we can sort of target. This is also going to be a point of emphasis for our principals to know who these individual students are. When you talk about their counts, I want them to know who those students are, because that's where their resources, their focus for parent meetings, conversations, or with counselors should be. And we're going to build a system to help them, because it's not super easy to sort of identify and then get letters out and information to the families and build the support network in the system. But we're going to have that available. So something that's probably more so for BIS is an important factor, and a little lesser to extent for our K-5 schools is truancy. So truancy, understanding truancy is you're considered a habitual truant if you're absent without a valid excuse 3 or more times in a school year. Okay, so that's 3 days. For BIS, that would be 3 periods. And so illustrating that, it's important to know 3 days of truancy. You would understand the 369 rule. So 369 is 3 would be your first letter of notice, 6 being your second letter of notice, and then 9 being your third letter of notice. Just because you're noticed, a letter doesn't really change behavior. So you have to actually have a response to that. And so this sort of illustrates sort of what what we're looking toward for a response. And that would be a letter might change some behaviors for families right away. A letter going into a student's official record might change behaviors. The second letter is going to be some form of meeting or intervention where we put resources behind them in a conversation with the families. We'll talk about what that would look like. And the third letter would be for SARB. SARB means Site Attendance Review Team Meeting. So an emphasis on site. It's not the district office. It's not them coming to a big meeting with me or with Marla. It's with their site and their site team, trying to find local ways for them to sort of intervene and remove obstacles, but with our support. And we'll talk about that. SARB is School Attendance Review Board Meeting. That is an official term. It's something that could lead to a county intervention if our local SARB isn't successful. That would encompass us having to have an updated SARB handbook, making sure that all our letters are updated, and that we have a system of supporting those families. So that's for truancy, but chronically absent students, I don't know why this slide didn't load. Slide 12.
The board all has computers in front of them as well, so we're okay.
Which one? Oh, financial impact, okay. So financial impact or estimate. So, what's the why? Aside from student achievement, which is the obvious one, and wanting to have students in school, why would we care so much about their attendance? Well, there's also the financial impact of students not attending on the regular basis. And so this just further illustrates that $12,000 about an estimate of what our average student would we pay for an average student, and you can see that in your LCFF forms and in our budget. And so that breaks down to 180 days. That's $67 a day. So that's sort of what we would lose on the average. Now, we saw in a slide before 8.5 average days missed for a Burlingame student. And so that equates to about $570, $569.50 for the average student. Okay, so if we have 3171, we have almost 3,200 students, then that's about $1.8 million total. That's what we could be pulling from by improving our attendance, okay? And so just to illustrate further, a 1% overall improvement in our attendance would be about $18,000. 5% would give us about $90,000, and 10% would give us about $180,000. But a better way to do it is to look at if we could just have every student in the district attend one more day in a year, it would come out to about $212,000. So now if we focus just on, that's through the letter, letter writing and communication, things of that nature, improving overall attendance. If we just improved our chronically absent students by just 1%, so going from 9.4% to 8.4%, that's about $40,000 for just that alone. But better is just that, those are the dollars and cents portion. The better way to look at it is that more students are going to be achieving at higher levels if they're attending school more regularly. And so, but understand that you could financially, put money behind that, and we can do that as a team and build out the system. So what are we looking at? Looking ahead. What's our plan looking ahead? We want to systemize our response to attendance problems in the district. And so we do have systems, but they're based on individuals taking individual actions without having like sort of a computer system to help guide them along the way to make it really easy. So you would rather focus a lot of your time on the actual meeting and using that time as a group to meet with families. And so, so we want to have a campaign, letter writing campaign, and a conferencing program by using a program called School Stacks, which is what was probably the leader in the state in intervening in attendance issues for our families. Now, they have letters, they have things that will go out to the families, but they also help give us at the district and the site administrators and their secretaries tools to be able to communicate, set up meetings, and text families, send reminders, things of that nature. So it'll also allow for us to document at a high level all school records. We would have site SART meetings. We would illustrate having home visits. So we have a family who's not showing up. We would actually have a systemized home visit process where 2 individuals would go out to the home to check on the student and find out what obstacles are getting in the way of them attending. We'd make sure that we would have a trauma-informed approach to our SART meeting. There's a variety of reasons that families, children do not attend school. And we want to make sure that we're not victims, shaming them, things of that nature. We want to understand the why. Is it transportation? Earlier tonight, Principal Garcia Fernandez shared that, we gave out 80 bus passes, and we did. We received, BIS received about 400 at the beginning of the year, and then we just received 300 free bus passes for our K-5 schools. And so that will help alleviate access issues for our families along the El Camino corridor for them to get to school. And those are some of the things that we're documenting, and we're actually figuring out whether is transportation an obstacle, is housing instability an obstacle, food shortage an obstacle, things of that nature. So if the SART meeting, after a SART meeting, we give it some time, we put forth interventions and we give it some time. If it's still not working, we would go to a SARD, which would be a district level meeting. And that would take place at the district office. That would involve also our community engagement coordinator, which is an individual working with me who we will target our families who are continuing to have issues with their attendance. We'd also really dig deep into like the root cause analysis. What is the reason for their continued attendance issues? And then potentially we could have short-term transportation assistance, and then we could, and if it still doesn't work, we'd have to make a referral to the county. The county is building out their SART process. The judge in the county is hearing cases for the first time in my 20 years of working in attendance. So that's been going, that is now being instituted at the county level. And so we have some support from the county to pursue that. This slide 14 illustrates just a start team meeting, what it would look like, who might be players. Not all these, the parent needs to be there. Maybe the student is there for a middle schooler. I would say if 3 individuals, including the family, are at this meeting, it's considered a start meeting. If it's just the principal meeting with the family, it's not really considered a start meeting. You have to have a multi-team approach. But these, and in a perfect world, you have all 5 participating, or all 4 participating in a trauma-informed response to the family's need at the site level before it gets to the district level. Finally, looking ahead, leveraging independent study. So we do know families will leave for things like vacation. This will improve our attendance. It's not our why. It's not the reason. We don't think independent study replaces the experience in a classroom. It will help the bottom line of improving chronically absent, our absenteeism. It will improve our absent rates, because if the student completes independent study, it's considered present for that week. And so, and it also does yield, finances that we talked about earlier, where you get the daily attendance for their attendance. We would have electronic reporting of absences. So making it easier for our secretaries to input the data, we would allow families to call in instead of making phone calls, or I couldn't get to the phone, couldn't get in, actually allowing them to do it online, which will help make it easier, but it will also further illustrate that we could communicate easier with them on the why around the reasons for their absences. And then finally, there's a lot of reasons why students don't go to school. And some of those is just about the climate and the culture around the school. And leveraging things like restorative practices will help students feel more comfortable in their classroom setting, on the play yard, and so that they feel like they have that resiliency skill to actually go to school on the regular and not find, having an excuse not to attend. So that's it for chronically absenteeism. I can take any questions.
I have a question about your comment, which is looking back at slide 3 about the different types of absences.
Yes.
I am, and I know I've said this before, I feel like a broken record, but I am sure that the vast majority of parents in our district, the families in our district, would look at that list of excused absences and say that none of those count towards chronic absenteeism.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
that
And
is,
I say
yeah.
it because it comes up at a PTA meeting and somebody says just what,
Mhm.
that they do, and everyone is astounded.
Yeah.
So I feel like the messaging around, it's great to have these, it's, yes, call in and, get it excused, but it doesn't change the fact that it is considered, it does count towards chronic absenteeism. The school district does not get the funding, right? Like these,
Right.
It doesn't just erase it. It feels, there's this perception that calling any of these excused reasons erase it from having happened. So I just feel like our messaging, and it sounds like in this new program that you mentioned,
Yeah, school status.
populated. And so presumably it talks about that, but if not, I do think that is the #1 thing we could do as far as messaging to get out to folks so that they're aware of that.
And it's in a positive vein. So yes, it's about school finances.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's about your child's achievement. And yes, it's about the culture of the classroom. I mean, when 3 or 4 students from every class on a Friday is missing, they're missing their classmates on top of it. So all of those things are factors. So they do positive messaging talking about the why, your child's achievement's important to us. Your child will be labeled a chronically absent student. That will go into their CUME folder and will travel with them all the way to high school. And there's no removing it. It's a school record. And so, yeah. So it's something that I think educating our community is super important in this area, and especially when we do collect funding for it. And so understand all of those, I think, is a part of the plan.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, just to be super clear, so the difference between excused and unexcused has no impact to slide 12.
To the financial impact?
Okay.
Every absence counts against us. The only thing that can help is lowering the number of absences or increasing the number of independent study students. So that are completing independent study.
Yeah, then I'll echo everything you just said. We need to perhaps change some of the wording around how we message and probably get slide flow into some regular communication cadence.
Absolutely.
At the PTA meeting.
Yeah. I think a PTA.
First PTA meeting of the year where
put slide flow up there. Yeah.
Well, I believe we potentially are approving school status contract. That will be for a pilot for the rest of the year, but it will launch an attendance campaign. And then we will relaunch next in the fall is the hope if we show positive data.
Thank you, Don. That's an informational item, so we will not be voting. Next, Greg is back. And 12F, BIS course descriptions. It is a voting item. Greg, the board has already read the course descriptions. If you could please summarize what you need us to know.
So again, the course of study is to give you, and we did some last year, but the new ones added, and sorry for the corrections, that there were some errors just to kind of detail, especially with this, the gardening one. Basically, these are course of studies that options that we want to give. Again, you're going to hear a report on enrollment shortly, and it's going to discuss, well, how many sections are going to be offered in middle school, and that's something that's going to come up. And one of the options that we need to talk about is when a teacher has an extra section, or we need an extra section to teach a certain subject with credentialed right the correct way. And so some of these course of studies are options, new options, exciting options for electives that we would like to offer to our students. And with the current situation, it's like opening these up gives us more options. And so a good example is PE. So maybe I'm hypothetical because I don't want to say.
Greg, these were just pulled off consent because there was copied information, so the language was just updated, so it's just,
Then
they've all read it, it's just so
Thank
you all
you.
know. The language was just updated and copied over, and updated language.
Right.
So Assistant Superintendent Paveo spent time just updating the language, so unless they have any questions, we just wanted to
Yes,
make
the
sure that you
courses
all
that
knew
we
that
talked
it was
about.
updated information tonight.
Well, we want financial literacy about more than just gardening.
Right.
Right, well, and there were a few of them that had the same language, so those have all been updated,
Yeah.
just so you know.
So sorry about the glitch on that.
Those have happened. Are there any questions? Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the BIS course descriptions, which is now item 12F. Is there a second? Seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes 5-0.
I'm going to McDonald's. See ya.
Thanks, Greg.
We will move on to item 13A, which is another informational item where we will be presenting our Sodexo food company here. Thank you, gentlemen. Please come forward.
There's one more thing you should vote my name on later. You'll see. On the agenda.
No problem. Oh, there's a public comment on this?
Oh, there is?
Start?
Okay.
I did on 13A. I got 13E. I have a public comment. You have a comment?
No, there's not.
No, okay. Thank you. Tonight we have the honor of hearing an update from our food service management company. We started with Sodexo in January. They started serving our students the first day we got back from Christmas break. They were busy during our holiday break preparing. So tonight we have Mr. Dwayne Richardson and Mr. Ted Williams to present to you and give you an update on how things have been going in our town.
First of all, thank you for having us. Good evening. We're here tonight. Again, my name is Dwayne Richardson, and I'm the on-site manager here at the BSD School District. And this is Chad Williams, my regional manager. Tonight, we're here to give you a brief overview of what's going on here at BSD. First, just to kind of highlight the California Universal Free Meals. This began back in 22-23, And of course, California was the first in the country to implement this particular program in public schools, regardless of the economic status of students, and which required all of the California districts to at least to provide one breakfast meal and one lunch meal on a daily basis. Our agenda tonight basically is to talk about a little bit about the menu update, the first 45 days. Give you a little perspective on the USDA sodium update, a little bit about impacts on cost per meal, some meal trends and participation, and a little bit on sustainability. First 45 days. First, the USDA has introduced new federal regulations aimed at reducing added sugar in school meals, and they're doing this in a phased approach. Phase one, which will begin July 1 of this year, all breakfast cereals cannot have more than 6 grams of added sugar. Yogurt cannot have more than 2 grams of added sugar. Flavored milk cannot have more than 10 grams of added sugar per fluid ounces. And the second phase won't start until July 1 of 2027. And at that point, added sugars cannot be more than 10% of the weekly calories in the school meal. Why these changes? Kind of to improve the quality of nutrition of the school meals, and really to help reduce the risk of obesity, heart disease, and diabetes, and other elements. What are we doing here at Burlingame School District? All breakfast menu items are 6 grams or less of added sugar. We've removed the juice, and we've also will be expanding to hot choices coming soon with the purchase of a new distribution truck. And thanks to the district, the truck has already been purchased and delivered, and we're in the process right now of filling that position so that we can begin the hot services for purchase. Our new current menu includes scratch cooked entrees versus individually wrapped entrees. And here is just a list or a few examples of the scratch cooked entrees that we offer. The tacos that was today, chicken pomodoro, hula chicken, just to name a few. Next, we also have on the menu includes daily vegetarian options. And again, here's a few examples of those options. The current menu is committed to utilizing local products to help provide healthy meals while promoting sustainability. And here are a few of the local vendors, and you'll get to see on a later slide in the sustainability area, what products we are purchasing from those local vendors. Our next steps is to obtain at least a goal of 50% to reduction basically in high processed foods, while continuing to expand freshly prepared meals. We'd like to create more opportunities for more local vendors. And as we just mentioned, introduce hot breakfast entrees. We'd like to conduct surveys with the students and parents on the current program to get feedback on, how we're doing. Also conduct some taste testings for the students and engage with the wellness committee. And that meeting will be coming up, and I'll be looking forward to that on March 20th. Next, a little bit about the USDA and their sodium regulations. 2023 marked the beginning of a new era of sodium in school meals, while 2022 laid the first foundation for change. The USDA's final rule titled Transitional Standard for Milk, Whole Grains, and Sodium took effect on July 1 of 2022. And primarily the goal was to reduce sodium content by 10% in 2024. The previous slide pretty much kind of showed you that for grades K5, the sodium content limit is less than 935 milligrams, and for middle school, the sodium limit is less than 1,035 milligrams. Our March breakfast menu has an average of 353 milligrams of sodium, and our lunch menu has an average of about 522 milligrams of sodium. And again, the overall goal is to gradually lower sodium intake while maintaining taste, nutrition, and student acceptance. And this has to be done by July 1 of 2027. But we've already started that, as you can see. A little bit about impacts on cost per meal. Here's some areas here, food and non-food costs. And under food costs, basically, when we look at our meal variety and nutritional standards, we see that healthier, fresher, and organic foods often cost more than processed alternatives. When we look at non-food costs, we look at compostable paper. Compostables are significant more cost than just non-compostable items. The next impact is labor costs, and we talk about staffing levels. More staff per meal served increases the cost, and we just talked about adding a driver to deliver hot meals. So that's one example. And then I think the biggest thing that we look at is the actual meal participation. We want to ensure that our POS systems are tracking and capturing every meal count, since they are reimbursable meals. And then lastly, just operational costs. We're looking at fuel costs and things of nature right now, just everything that it takes basically to, operate, especially equipment, keep things up and running, to be able to provide what we need. And I guess, you've listened to some of the things that are going on right now. Tariffs are starting to impact, and that's gonna pretty much impact mostly the fruits and vegetables pretty much. We had the avian flu where egg prices and poultry prices went up. So just a few of those examples basically as it relates to cost impact. Next, we'll talk a little bit about meal participation. And what you see here, this slide pretty much shows the average daily meal participation from August until the end of February. And Sodexo we did start service in January. And what we kind of focused on, just showing you this, was just our breakfast area, where you can see pretty much the breakfast, particularly in February, it did go down. But that was sort of expected because we eliminated all foods that had more than 6 grams of added sugar. We also eliminated chocolate milk, and we eliminated juice. And as you can see, our lunch averages there are also in regards to participation.
But I would like to note that we do expect or hope that breakfast will increase once we start hot breakfast. So I think that will have a positive impact.
And this next slide is just giving you what the meal counts were or averages for each particular location for the months of January and February. And the last bit of information on the agenda talks about sustainability. And when we look at sustainable practices, I think sustainable food practices focus on reducing environmental impact, promoting healthier eating, and supporting local communities. And this is one of the initiatives that we were looking at, and one of that is buying from local vendors that supports food sustainability efforts. And on the earlier slide, you just saw the names, but under those names, these are some of the products that we're buying locally that we provide in our meal service. Our next initiative is to eliminate the use of single-use plastics. As of the end of January, we're about 95% utilization of eco-friendly packaging and utensils, and we've removed all manufacturers' individually wrapped entrees in our program. Next steps, we definitely want to be at 100% utilization of eco-friendly packaging and utensils. We actually want to research biodegradable versus compostable and provide a cost to see what that looks like. We also want to work with a local waste management company in regards to just the overall recycling program. And I had an opportunity today to meet with the green team, first meeting today, and it was refreshing to see the kids respond and ask questions as it related to just overall sustainability. And one of the things that we will be doing will be transitioning to bulk condiments, getting away from the ketchup, mustard packets, things of that nature.
And one thing that was, that you found out today, that we were looking for more, either was it fiber or wood? Because compostable doesn't necessarily always just work. So they drilled down and talked about maybe like a bamboo or some wood utensil. Now, the good news is we looked at it this afternoon. All like the BIS containers, the boats, the bowls, the 5-compartment tray, those are all molded fiber, which is good. And our sports, though, is not at this moment. However, we just sourced it today. So we'll be able to get that in probably in the next week or two. So that is a wood-based utensil for constraint.
And the last initiative that we have that we're looking at is to reduce food waste. Currently, right now, we implemented shared tables along with schools. We continue to look at our meal counts and review our production records. And I think the biggest transition coming on board is continuing to train the staff as it relates to scratch cooking, looking at recipes, looking at portion sizes, things of that nature. And again, the next steps will be to connect with local organizations to partner with to assist in redirecting food waste. And those are just a few examples of the organizations that we will be connecting with to see what they can help us do in regards to what programs they have to help us reduce food waste. It was pretty quick. But do you have any questions?
Well, other than thank you, it's an undertaking to come into a school and serve this many people all at once and start from scratch anyway. Thank you very much for what you do. And thank you for being so receptive to feedback.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are moving on. This is for Richard now. Item 13B, the BIS. Will this be you both the next two items, Richard?
Yes.
So take it away. BIS building 1, that's the building attached to the middle school. The microphone's not.
No. Okay, thank you. I have two related items for you this evening. I'll try to be as brief as I can. They're both in consideration of the Building 1, BIS Building 1 project that you, I assume you are aware of. The first item, we're asking for direction on the scope of the project. The project as currently planned, which we're showing as option 1 in your board exhibits, is the new central kitchen, a related PLX or training room, and the district daycare. That project or that scope has been submitted to the Division of State Architect. If we were to change direction, if the board were directed to change direction, that application could be rescinded and we could get a partial refund of the DSA application fees. So that is an option. We're bringing this option 2 before you because quite frankly, the option that we're pursuing right now was a direction that we received from the previous administration, from the previous superintendent. We took that direction in earnest. The architects put together what I believe to be a great plan for the building. However, I do feel obliged to bring to you, even though it may be late in the game, bring to you this alternate option of what we're showing as option 2 for consideration, in which we could still receive or still obtain a modernized or revised central kitchen. Would be over at Franklin. Granted, it would be smaller, so we would have to consider what sort of food service the program would still house or still feed. See what I did there, feed. And so we would have to change that direction and work with the architects to do that. But there could be some savings is what we anticipate in terms of our estimate for the project. And in doing so, we may be able to achieve a couple of electives classrooms that Principal Land has been requesting for some time. But quite honestly, as your program manager, I have a hard time identifying where we could achieve those additional electives classrooms as a goal with the facilities here at BIS without building additional new buildings. So with this revised option that we're presenting to you, we could achieve that. again, with some potential savings, but of course, we would have to back up in terms of the schedule and pursue a new schedule. What I would anticipate in terms of a revised schedule is that if we were to go with that second option of changing the scope, we would withdraw the current application, we would get into a redesign period, likely through the most of the rest of this year and submitting to the state architect, and then getting into a repricing process, perhaps with the assigned or designated leaseback contract that we'll talk about in a second, and then still be able to get into construction next summer. Okay, so that's just a rough schedule as to what we might be able to achieve, but again, we would have to work with the architects and the engineers and pursue that. So again, we're asking for direction on whether or not to stay the course and continue to pursue that option 1 as the plans currently call for, or change course and pursue that option 2.
My understanding is this was proposed at the owners committee.
Oh, correct, yes.
Members of that
Thank you,
committee have
trustee.
anything
Yes, we
to
did
say?
vet this at the owners committee, and they gave us some feedback if they were.
Yeah, sure. So we discussed it at some length at the owners committee. We looked at the plans. And speaking for myself, I was convinced that this is that the option 2 is a improvement because it results in the extra classrooms. We're not really hearing that the smaller central kitchen is a big loss. And it keeps the kitchen where it is. It's a little bit lower cost, although it's a delay. And it seems to be a better fit with the programming space that we need in the building. So I was supportive of the change. I know we've invested some money that is lost, but I think it's kind of irrelevant at this point, and it's from where we are today, it's kind of seemed like option 2 was favorable in my view.
No, I was also at the meeting, and I think what most resonated with me was the fact that there just isn't anywhere else at BIS to house these sorts of classrooms, short of building a new building. So that seems to be a very compelling reason for me to adjust.
Question for you, Marla.
Yes.
Does building this at Franklin impact the educational services we offer to students at the school, construction, whatnot?
No, and actually, I'm gonna turn it over to CBO De La Cruz, because she spoke with Principal Lawrence about the impact and keeping the food service there. So if you wouldn't mind just filling the board in on that conversation for me. Microphone doesn't work, so go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Lawrence shared with me that, she did have a couple of concerns, but one of them had to do with safety and the door that kind of leads to the driveway, the parking, and that's sometimes left open. In fact, I've already had a conversation with the Sodexo staff, and they're going to monitor that and keep it closed as much as possible. And I was going to talk to Richard to see if we can maybe get him a doorbell, because they do get deliveries throughout the day. And the other concern was the office that they're using now may be needed for like a faculty lounge during the admin rebuilding or remodeling. It used to be a classroom, so that was the other thing, and we'll work with them with that as well, see what we can do. And but overall, she did say that she's happy to have them there because they get very hot meals.
And then my only other concern would be if the temporary district office is there, it seems a lot going on at once at Franklin. I know you said we still need to bid this out, but we would stagger this kitchen project to when after the district office team has moved back home.
Right, correct, yeah, the idea would be, and what we sort of talked about and presented to Principal Land, is the idea that the BIS Building 1, now vacant, could serve as a temporary office while we do the BIS admin office. So it could serve that purpose while we're redesigning the project. Now, rest assured that when if we get into a redesign of the Franklin kitchen, we would work through with the Sodexo staff or whoever the food service vendor is, similar to what we did for the currently planned kitchen. Work with the vendor, make sure that we're getting the best possible kitchen with the revised and modernized kitchen. We would work with Principal Lawrence on the impacts at the site and, make the modernization or the alterations to the existing kitchen a well-planned and address site issues, et cetera, as we plan that. It wouldn't be just, swap out what's there with stuff that's new. We would plan it as a new project, just like we would any other project.
The district office would be back at 1825 Truesdale before we started the kitchen at.
Oh,
right?
yes, correct. I'm sorry. Yes, that's your question.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Sorry.
Are there further questions?
I didn't quite see or understand how much the delay would be with going with option 2.
So, okay, so the plan right now is that the current project would break ground this summer, or actually it would start later this spring with the demolition, et cetera, and then move on into the rest of the construction. This would delay it about a year. So we would move it to and start construction potentially next summer. If we change direction, my first task would be to work with the architects and the engineers on a revised design schedule when we would get back into DSA and then move forward with the project. Now, what we're going to talk about in a second is that if we do change direction, on the next item on your agenda would be the leaseback contract with the developer builder, Rodan Builders. If we change direction, we would have a conversation with them to see if they would stick with us, get into the contract, help us with pre-construction services, help us with construction planning for a revised project, which we can do under the
Just one kitchen design. Further questions, Richard? Everyone feels ready to vote? No, those what we're gonna do? All right. Is there a motion to approve the BIS Building 1 modernization design? So this would be essentially moving the kitchen from here, Building 1 to Franklin. Expanding it.
I'll move to approve option 2 to change to the plans.
Thank you. Option 2, correct. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Katie seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Richard. Next item is yours.
Yes, correct. So the next item would be then to award the leaseback contract for the BIS Building 1 project to Rodan Builders. So real quick, I wanted to give you just a couple quick bulleted points or highlights on the leaseback process that we're pursuing with this project. Same contracting process that we used for the student recreation center here, the classroom modernizations here, the auditorium modernization project here at BIS, et cetera. So leaseback is a contracting process, procurement process for construction services that's been around since the 1940s and 50s. It really came into vogue for public schools, during the baby boom. The best example would be a school district that doesn't have the funds to build a facility, build a new school. So let's say a building in the South, school district in the South Bay, San Jose needs to build a new school. They can buy a site for pennies, some orchards, and buy 5 to 10 acres, let's say, and want to build a new elementary school. But they don't have the funds to build that new elementary school. But there's a developer builder who's building housing out in those same orchards, et cetera, and therefore generating new students in the baby boom that cause the need for an additional or new school. So the district could avail itself of the leaseback process to get into a contract with the developer builder to lease the 5 to 10 acres that they've bought now for, let's say, $1 to the developer builder. The developer builder then holds that lease on the land and builds the school on behalf of the district, and then they lease it back to the district. So the district is essentially buying their school or leasing back their school over time, and therefore that's a financing process that's been allowed in the state, like I say, since the 1940s and 50s. So fast forward to the 1990s, where school facilities were getting older, those same schools that were built in the baby boom, and the state facilities program came into being because all these schools were coming of age and we needed to modernize, et cetera. The leaseback process was still on the books. And so now the process is very similar, but what happens is the district can get into a lease with a developer builder, such as the SRC. The district, in that case, we leased that area, a defined area for the construction of the SRC to the developer builder, Elton Construction, for $1. They then built the facility and the district paid lease payments on a monthly basis to then essentially lease back the facility over time. So the benefits to the leaseback contract process now is not just that if a district doesn't have the funds, they can build it and lease back a facility over time, The benefit is, one, you can competitively bid your process to select a builder, but select that builder on a value basis, best value basis, as opposed to the low bid basis. So a developer builder is selected based on various criteria: their experience, their costs for their fees, their general conditions, their insurance, etc. Not necessarily the cost of the project, but there are other costs that are associated with the project. Their track record on safety, their track record on claims, etc. All of those criteria, they submit those, and then their submittals are scored. The district selects a developer builder, then they get into a lease with that developer builder. Then the lease amendment is the guaranteed maximum price for the actual construction of the project. The district is able to then go through the bidding process with the subcontracted trades: mechanical, electrical, plumbing, cabinetry, sheetrock, framing, etc. All of those subcontracts are bid out publicly on behalf of the district, and the district is part of that process with the developer builder. So as you can see, those are some of the greatest benefits to the leaseback process. There's more administration on the district's part for getting into a leaseback contract, which is why this district typically uses this process for the larger projects. For some smaller projects like the BIS admin shell exterior that we put out to bid right now, that's a typical or traditional design build process that we're entering into with pre-qualified contractors now. So that's a little bit about the leaseback process, and if there are additional questions, if I've rattled off.
I do have one question.
Sure.
So, and then does the lease back end at the end of construction?
Correct. Yeah, so there are details in the contract, trustee, that are required as part of the legalities of a leaseback contract, but it's basically those payments that occur along the way, and then a balloon payment at the end of the project. There's a financing component that's required because it is still required to be a lease process for the district. So that's all part of the contract documents. But yes, by the end of the construction, the district owns back the project.
So it's not a financing vehicle, it's a procurement. It makes it easier to procure because we can work with a builder, yeah.
Got it.
So,
Yes,
yeah,
this-
it looks
yes,
like a lease, but it's
yeah.
not really a lease.
Got it. Yeah, that makes,
Effective.
yes. Yeah,
And that's
that makes more sense.
why, for example,
Yeah.
in a public setting, I'm very careful to say it's a developer builder, not a contractor, right? We're not making payments on a monthly basis, we're making lease payments to the developer builder.
Yes, right, okay, that helps, thank you very much.
Okay, so now the item that's before you on your agenda is to award the leaseback contract for the Building 1 project here at BIS to Rodan Builders. We received 4 submittals from developer builders, all contractors that are on the district's pre-qualified list of contractors. Coulter Construction, Rodan Builders, Wickman Development, and Beals Martin Construction are incorporated. They all submitted their qualifications. The committee consisted of myself, the architect, Chad Hamilton, and Alicia from our office. We scored all of these submittals. And as you can see, we averaged out scoring. It was on a total of 78 possible high score. It's usually 100, but there's 22 points that are awarded if the district does do elect to do interviews. You award a maximum of 22 points for interviews. In this case, we decided not to do interviews because all of these contractors were known, so that the interviews are optional. So it was on a maximum of 78 points, and as you can see in the scoring there, Rodan Builders was the high score. I forget the actual final tally was, but 70. Okay. So our recommendation is to award the leaseback contract to Rodan Builders. If directed to do so, we would do that and then get into a process with them for pre-construction services and talk to them about the revised scope of the project.
Can you tell them about Chip?
Chip, yes. Chip is the one of the senior project manager and associate at Rodan Builders, who we've worked with on several projects that Rodan has done here in the district. They did the BIS HVAC renovation and replacement project here. They did the same project over at Roosevelt. So Chip actually went to McKinley and went to BIS. And in fact, when we were doing the the walkthrough here at BIS, we were in the admin building and he looked and he saw the school pictures and he said, oh, there's my picture from 2005.
Well, it's kind of fun when somebody to go out
So,
there.
local builder, they're located over in Hayward. They used to actually be here in Burlingame, but their principal, Dan Oliver, I've known for several years. They do great work and they've done several projects here in the district.
Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the lease back?
I'll make a motion to approve the lease back.
Thank you, Tanya. Is there a second? Nicole seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
see.
We'll take one more item and as an announcement. We'll go to item 13D, bond refinancing.
Are you seeing for 13D on refinancing? Oh,
No, I think it's Blake and
Yeah.
Blake is here off the tour. He's like,
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
We'll need to
On the screen.
share.
The next item is bond refinancing opportunity. We have Mr. Blake being on Zoom.
What's it called?
Online somewhere.
No, I'm here. Thanks, Marie.
Document called.
Give us 1 second, Blake.
Okay.
You need to put this back
Is it
there.
for the computer speakers? Jesse?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have an opportunity to refund or refinance the bonds, which will save our property owners some money. And the process and what that looks like, and what we're asking for is approval of the resolution that is on the agenda. So Blake?
Yeah, thanks, Marie. Good evening, everybody. It's been a full agenda. Can you guys hear me okay?
If I take off, the cameras will go offline, so.
Can you guys hear me?
This is as high as it goes, yeah. That's it.
Yes, Blake.
Okay.
No.
Okay, if you guys can hear me, yeah, just real briefly, this refunding is associated with some of the district's outstanding general obligation bonds that were originally associated with the district's 2012 Measure D authorization. These were the second series of bonds that were sold under that authorization. The Series A bonds have already been refinanced. These Series B bonds are approaching their optional call date later this year on August 1 of 2025. Based on preliminary numbers, we're anticipating refinancing these bonds will help to reduce the interest cost from what is outstanding of roughly 4.5% interest cost on average to closer to 3.7%. As a result of that interest rate reduction, taxpayers would save on aggregate approximately $1.37 million. This is more of a fiscal stewardship opportunity for the board to consider. It's not a requirement, but does help each time these opportunities come up to lower the overall tax burden for taxpayers on the cumulative.
Is there any questions? No questions?
No, seeing no questions, would anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Tanya, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Blake.
Thank you, Blake.
Thanks all.
Before we go on to the next item, we'll take public comment and Marie's presentation in a minute. But we do have a board policy to end our meetings by 10 p.m. However, that can be extended once by motion. So I would like to recommend that we do that, being familiar with the schedule of what's on the agenda. We will need significantly more time, although I don't plan to use all of it. I would like to propose and open to debate here, we extend our meeting till 11:30.
That would include closed session.
That would include closed session, correct? I will make a motion to do that. You can give me dirty looks for it.
I'll second.
Seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes 5-0.
That means speak fast.
Yes.
A lot. Thanks to go.
All right, we will now move on. Thank you all to item 13E, the interim budget also. Before we get there, we have a public comment. Mr. McLaughlin, sir, thank you for your time and thanks for staying with us. Please share your thoughts with us.
So far this decade, the Burlingame Elementary School District has been state funded 2 times and local property tax for basic aid funded 2 times. Despite this balanced history, PSD officials consistently present only the state funding formula in their budget documents, neglecting to provide projections for local property tax revenue. This omission is particularly concerning for the 25-26 forecast, as it is highly probable that PSD will be local property tax funded basically. I provided a graph. The first graph shows you the secured rural growth in the Burlingame Elementary School District over the last 21 years. It's grown from $4 billion to $17.9 billion, with an average growth rate of 6.5%. I've made a model that's going to show you on the backside that models that we, for conservatively, it goes to 6.5% next year, back to the average. The second graph illustrates the supplemental property tax revenue. The collection and distribution mechanisms for supplemental taxes differ significantly from those for secured taxes. Supplemental tax revenues from across San Mateo County are pooled together, and 40.196% is reserved for K-12 school districts. However, only districts that were state funded in the prior fiscal year are eligible to receive supplemental taxes for the supplemental tax revenue in the subsequent year, and it's distributed proportionally by ADA. This year, of 23 school districts in San Mateo County, only 5, including Burlingame, are state funded. The others being San Carlos, Pacifica, Bayshore, and Jefferson. As a result, we're only sharing with 4 other school districts the supplemental tax revenue. So BSD stands to receive approximately 22% of the K-12 allocation of supplemental taxes next year, the most we've ever received, ever. The implications of an inaccurate budget are severe. An additional $1 million could enable BSD to hire an additional PE teacher at BIS, alleviating overcrowding in PE classes to avoid exceeding fire department capacity limits in the SRC next year. We could employ another music teacher at BIS, ensuring that students interested in music are not denied that educational opportunity again next year. We could add a 4th grade teacher at Roosevelt to prevent overcrowded classrooms with 33 students per teacher in 4th and 5th grades next year. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to reject today's proposed budget documents and refrain from approving them until they accurately reflect comprehensive revenue forecasts and fully utilize available resources for the benefit of our students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Marie, please present your interim budget.
Yes, thank you. Just
Give me 1 second.
Okay, so tonight I have the second interim budget report and an update on the 25-26 government proposal. The second interim covers the period from July 1st through January 31st of every year. The last report I presented was the first interim, where the cutoff was October 31st. So these are updates since that report. We have to submit this report to the San Mateo County Office of Education by March 15. And we are required to certify a report that is either positive, qualified, or negative. Positive certification means that we'll be able to meet our financial obligations for the current year and the next 2 years. A qualified certification means that we may not be able to meet our financial obligations this year and the next 2 years. A negative certification means that we will not be able to meet our financial obligations for the remainder of the current year or for the subsequent year. So just reviewing our revenues. We have unrestricted revenues and restricted revenues. Total revenues are 51, almost $52 million for both unrestricted and restricted. The LCFF represents 76% of our total revenues. And we also receive federal revenues, which are all restricted funds, and these are our title funds and some special ed funding. Our other state revenues, we get about $4 million, which is 9% of our total revenue. That includes our lottery funds. And also other local revenue, we get about 5.6 million, which is about 13% of our revenues. And that includes our BCE donations and also our parcel tax. Since first interim, we had an increase of 630,000 in our revenues. That includes the LCFF increase of about 200,000 due to an increase in ADA. And the federal revenues, just a slight increase of 7,500, which was part of our Title I adjustment. And then in the other state revenues, we had an increase of 175,000, which was an increase in some of our special ed allocations. And then in other local revenues, an increase of 221,000, which represents a lot of donations that we received from our schools and also some special ed tuition revenues for services that we are providing to other school districts. Our total expenditures, we have total of 55.8 million in expenditures, which 81% of that is salaries and benefits. We also have 16% of our expenditures from services and other operating expenditures. That includes a lot of our contracted services, our utilities, including our electricity, water, and also our field trips and travel and conferences come from that portion of our expenditures. And some of the changes since first interim includes an adjustment to our ELOT budget based on the penalty that we received in our last audit. We are setting aside the 300,000 that we will be adjusting to our allocation. And then that also includes some adjustments in our routine restricted maintenance account and the associated benefits that go with those salaries. We had an increase in our EEBG supplies, as well as the AMBIG, I'm sorry, using acronyms. The EEBG is the Educator Effectiveness Grant, which is a lot to do with professional development, and then the Arts and Music Instructional Materials Block Grant is discretionary, and Prop 28. We had an increase in some of our educational experience field trips as a result of a lot of the donations that we received, and also in contracted services. And then in capital outlay, We purchased a utility cart for BIS as well as some POS machines for our child nutrition program. So it's a net effect of about 89,000 since first interim. So in summary, when you're looking at our total revenues and our total expenditures for second interim, the net difference is a deficit of about 544,000. So that's a decrease to our beginning fund balance. So we end up with an ending fund balance of 3.9 million, almost 4 million. Of that 4 million, we reduced the community funded status reserves from 1 million to 500,000, which was approved and directed by the board. And the facilities repairs and improvements stays at 500,000. And the reserve for economic uncertainties goes up to 2.3 million. Part of the reason why we decreased the community funded reserves was to help meet the board required reserve of 10%. So if you add the Fund 17 special reserves of 3.5 million, we have a total reserve of 5.9 million, which is 10.6% of our budget. So that means the board reserve. And in our multi-year projections, we do have assumptions for the next 2 years. You can see our cost of living adjustment for next year is 2.43%, and then in the following year is 3.52%. When we're looking at projected enrollment, it's pretty steady, and this is based on the demographer's report. Next year, the enrollment is projected at 3,445, and then the following year, slightly down to 3,407. And because we get funded by ADA, we have to project out our ADA. And this is based on our ADA to enrollment ratio, which is about 96%. So our ADA for the next 2 years projected to be at 3,304. And our funded ADA is the same because you get funded either by the current year or the average 3 years, depending on which is higher. In this case, the current year would be higher. I also included the projected measure GG parcel tax revenue of 3.6 million starting next year. Keep in mind that we probably won't receive parcel tax revenues until maybe January, December, because that's when we start collecting the first round of parcel taxes. And on the expenditure side, the STRS rate stays the same, 19.1. The first goes up a little bit at 27.4, and then 0.5 in the following year. We have step and column, which is a natural increase for our salary schedules, estimated at 2%, and then increases in our health and welfare benefits and the consumer price index. So these are all built into our multi-year projections. When we factor in all of those projections, we have increases in our revenues, but we also have increases in our expenditures. So the bottom line is we will be seeing a decrease in our fund balance in the next 2 years of about 500,000. So 523,000 next year, and then a deficit of 573,000 in the following year. So this is on the unrestricted side of our budget, and it does factor in a couple of FTEs for our new TK classes. Because of the reduction or the change in the class size ratios, we are required to go from 24:2 to 20:2. So immediately that means we have 32 students that we have to add 2 more classes for. So we have to hire 2 new TK teachers and 2 new TK aides. So that's all factored into the unrestricted side. But I do want to point out that we are projecting for more TK classes. So the other half will be coming out of the restricted side. The other two and two. So when it comes to the fund balance, factoring in all of the revenue expenditure assumptions, we are able to meet the 10% board required reserve. Next year, it's at 10.9, almost 11, and then following at 10.2. Oh, on the restricted funds is the multi-year. We are projecting under the measure GG parcel tax starting in 25-26, the 3.6 million in revenues and 7 certificated FTEs, which includes the 2 TK teachers I mentioned, 9.2 classified FTEs, including the 2 TKAs. So that some of these FTEs are being funded by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, which will be all spent by the end of June. These positions were funded by our general fund, but since that funding is expiring, we are moving them to measure GG. So the total estimated cost is 1.9. The AMBIG, which is the Arts and Music Instructional Block Grant, these are one-time funds. They expire the following year, June 30th, 2026. And we are assuming a transfer of 700,000 to general fund or site discretionary funds that we're funding out of there at this point, and then also the Apple leases, copier leases, and some technology contracts. We're also projecting additional FTEs out of the other restricted funds, including 0.2 behaviorist, 1.0 counselor, and 40% of the VP for McKinley and ELOC admin, and then 0.5 of the TOSA, which is a temporary. We do have other funds other than the general fund, and this is at a glance snapshot of the beginning balance, the revenues, expenditures, and ending fund balance of our other funds, including our cafeteria fund, which is our child nutrition program. Deferred maintenance is Fund 14. We have about 1.5 million in that ending balance. Our special reserves, Fund 17. The bond funds are here, projecting 19.5 million ending fund balance. And then the capital funds, Fund 25 is the developer fees. We have about 6.5 million in that fund. And then special reserves Fund 40, which is mainly to replace the turf at Franklin and BIS as part of our agreement with the city of Burlingame. We have 2 million in that fund. And then we also have the foundation private Osborne trust fund still, about 16,000. So the board has approved fund commitment and designations, and 4 of those funds in the general fund, we have the $1 million committed to facilities repairs and also the community fund status reserves. And in deferred maintenance, we have 1.4, almost 1.5 million. In Fund 17, we have set aside for curriculum adoption of 2.2 million. The BCE Foundation support is 2.7 million, and technology replacement of 350,000, and then the reserves for economic uncertainties for 3.5 million, and then Fund 40, as I mentioned, 2 million for the turf replacement. So what's next? We just had the governor's budget presented. This is the second interim. We do have the March 15th layoffs, and the May revise will be coming in May, and then June, we'll be presenting the proposed budget for next year. Some update on the governor's budget proposal. School services shared a couple of their slides, so this is from school services. They're talking about how the economy is continuing to grow and inflation being persistent and interest rate reductions are kind of slowing down. The governor's budget is projecting a $17 million surplus and healthy reserves. And he's presenting a balanced budget, assuming steady, stable national growth. But there's still some risk in the economy based on some of the assumptions in the tariffs that we're all hearing about and changes in immigration policy. These are some of the LCFF funding factors because LCFF does represent about 76% of our revenues. We get funding from the state based on these grade spans. We get $10,025 for TK through 3 ADA, $10,177 for grades 4 through 6 ADA, and $10,478 for grades 7 through 8. And if you add the 2.3% COLA, those are the additional amounts on the base grant. And so the adjusted base grant goes up about $10,269 up to $10,733. The grade span adjustment of $1,068 for TK3 is a class size reduction, so we get amounts for that. And then we get supplemental money for our unduplicated students, which includes our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our foster youth, as well as our homeless. And we do not get concentration grant because you have to have over 65% UPP, and our UPP is about 22%. And then we get a little bit of add-on for TK, the 6,404 per ADA. Hopefully, we'll get a little bit more to help fund the change in the class size ratio. We're still waiting. Everybody's crossing their fingers on that. So what does that mean for Burlingame? It means that our average ADA per ADA funding will be about 11,651. And based on the projected ADA of 3,304, our projected revenue is about 38.5 million. So what's next? School services is advising, that we can include the 2.43% in our budget, but to have plans, contingencies for funding, because the LRE budget again is going away, and the LCFF ratios, we're not getting funded for that right now, so we have to have contingency plans for all of these one-time funds, including the discretionary block grant and also the ELOC.
Can I ask a quick question?
Uh-huh.
So you said we need to have just backup plans or contingency plans. So were those later items included in the MYP now, but they may not come through? Is that the point? Or
Yes.
They were excluded?
Yeah, in the MYP, the LRE, we moved the salaries that were funded out of there into Measure GG. And then the LCFF, we split half to GG and then the other half to general funds.
But my question is, these other funds that we're not supposed to count on, are they included in our revenues projections or not?
No.
Okay, all right, just want to confirm that, thank you.
Yes. The only thing that's included is the COLA and then carryover if we have it. So this is what the state budget process looks like. The Senate and the Assembly, they get together in, from now until June to discuss the budget. They have subcommittee hearings. The governor comes back with his May revise around May 14. And then again in late May, the Senate and the Assembly subcommittees have hearings and decisions on the budget. If you've never been to these hearings, I think it'd be a good field trip to Sacramento because they're quite interesting. And then in early June, they have more hearings and reports, and by June 30th, they have to come to an agreement and reach a budget that the governor can sign, otherwise they get some sort of penalty, they don't get it. So it's incentive for them to pass the budget by June 30th. So in closing, our multi-year reflects projected deficits in the next 2 years of approximately $500,000 a year. We have a resolution next on the agenda that commits funds in the fund balance. Since we updated the change in the community funded reserves from 1 million to 500, we have to vote on it again. And we are able to meet the 3% state minimum reserve as well as the 10% minimum requirement per our board policy 3105.1 in the current year and the next 2 years. So I am recommending positive certification of our second interim budget report.
Thank you, Marie. Are there any questions for Marie?
I just have some quick comments, and that was Marie earlier, so my question's answered already. Just my comment though is we're showing multi-year plan. This is more for everyone listening. It's clear in here, but multi-year plan with $500,000 deficit in the next 3 years. So we have a structural deficit despite having passed Measure GG and increasing our revenues by 3.6 million. So I know there's a lot of things, and I certainly hope Mr. McLaughlin is correct about the supplemental property taxes, but yeah, it's not something we can count on at this table. And maybe we go back to basic aid, that would be great. But we have things like the lower ratio for TK classes that we have to hire those teachers. It's a state requirement. It's not funded necessarily. So and the costs of everything are going up. So completely understand how we got here, but I think it's important that we realize that we're going to have to continue to find ways to reduce the expenses so that we can have a structurally balanced budget that we can pay for the things that we want to invest in. Just a comment. And I do support in favor of approving the second interim. So.
Are there further questions or comments? Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the second interim budget?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second? Nicole seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Marie, with you also the resolution for commitment of funds?
Yes, and that's the resolution to update the commitments, and the major one is the reduction of the community funded reserve from 1 million to 500,000.
Are there any
Everything else is
questions
pretty much the
about
same.
this? Someone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Katie. I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Move on to item 14A, enrollment staffing projections. And we have a public comment on this one, I believe, right, sir? Yes, Mr. McLaughlin, please.
So with regard to staffing, the key contractual item is the agreement between the board or the district and the Burlingame Education Association in the key section, section 11. And if you look on 11.1, you see it specifically thinking about BIS. The staffing ratio has to be 24.5. And then if you flip to the backside, you'll see the formula is enrollment divided by staff. So and if you look at 11.2, it says that music teachers, special ed, special one don't count.
Okay.
So BIS is going to be 1,155 students, and divide that by 24.5, you get to 47.17. So you might think, fine and dandy, we're generous by a hair, they're giving us 47.7. But I'm very suspicious that some of that 47.7, because we currently have 3 music teachers, maybe 2.5. I'm very suspicious some of that 40, maybe 1 or 2 of those 47.7 are music teachers, and we should be getting the music teachers in addition to our 47.15. So I think we're getting chintz in this staffing at BIS, and I would urge you to ask probing questions of the district, and maybe not even approve this until you get more detail. This is really cryptic. It's really hard to go from this to find what the contracts are. So I'm pretty grumpy about this, but I hope you take your duty and probe deeply into what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are at item 14A, enrollment staffing projections. Are you presenting this item?
I am amongst all of us, so
Okay.
come on up, Director Afshar. Okay, thank you. So tonight we are going to walk everybody through what all of the cabinet, so Chief Business Official Taylor Cruz, Director Afshar, Assistant Superintendent Pabeo, Deputy Superintendent Katina, and myself have been working on since the January budget has come out. The demographics from our demographer have come in, and then of course looking at enrollment. So we're gonna start with how we looked at elementary classroom certificated planning. So our TK is locked in, as CBO Daily Cruz talked about, with a 20-2 ratio, with one of them being a teacher and one being a classified staff. And currently we are projecting 1.8 staffing, so 2.0 for going forward at every school site for next year. So we're expecting to have 12 classrooms. Our demographer had us coming in at 217 students. Our demographer was low last year for TK. A year ago, exactly a year ago, 1 month in, we were at 120 TK students. We're already at over 150. So as CBO Daily Cruz spoke to, we already know that we have to find 32 spots with the lower ratio and add to that the additional grade span as far as the additional month of time. We know that that's another component that we're going to have. K1, 2, 3, we can go 24-1. If you project at 206 students for a class site, that would be a staff of 8.6 students that are needed if this is just for one site. So we would look at 8.6 staff needed. So TK locks in. You cannot mix K and TK. If you mix one class of K and TK for a combo, your whole district has to do that. And it has to be set at a 20-2 ratio. So you do not want to mix your TK and K students. Your 4-5 ratios are 32-1 by contract. So if you're projecting your 4-5 combos at 113 students, that would take you to 3.5 teachers needed. So your total staff needed at that site, because you do not add TK into it, would be 12.1 teachers for that site. So that's how we do our elementary classroom planning. Okay, so going forward, then when we look at our elementary classes going into next year. So again, we do not have TK teachers in this ratio. Currently, we're looking at Franklin having 12 teachers, Hoover having 8, Lincoln having 15, McKinley DLI having 11, McKinley SEI having 10, Roosevelt having 11, Washington having 14. So again, that's based on, we look at what the demographers say. We also roll current staffing, or excuse me, current enrollment. And then we also watch really closely, because that can change, right? We could have a really big bubble of kindergartners coming in or something like that. But that is what, it's I'm sure you've all heard me call Marla Snapshot Silversmith. It's because it's a snapshot. We always look at like what it is that day. All right, BIS certificated classroom planning. I'm gonna give this one to Marie. This is Marie's favorite.
So the middle school allocation is a little bit different and could be complicated in that we have to allocate for the subjects, the core subjects. Every student gets 4 sections of core and then 1 PE section and 2 electives. So 7 sections altogether. So when you're looking at your projection for 6th grade, for example, the 343, you have to look at how many sections you need for the 343 6th graders, make sure that they get all 7 of their sections. So in total, if you're, let's say, looking at the core, 6th grade is projected to have 9.3 FTEs and 1.3 FTEs in PE and 3.6 in electives. So a total of 14.2 FTEs for 6th grade. And you do the same thing for the 7th grade. They're projected to have 402 7th graders next year. So a total of 10.9 for core sections, 1.5 FTEs for PE and 4.2 for electives, so a total of 16.6 FTEs. And then for the 8th grade, they're projected to have 410, so that means they're going to need 11.2 FTEs for core, which is 66.9 sections altogether, and then 1.5 in PE and 4.3 FTEs in electives, for a total for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade of 47.7 FTEs for VIS.
Equity of staffing. Matt, do you want to talk about this one?
Sure. When we look at what our staffing is of our specialists, we look at where we place our RTIs, our library media specialists, our counselors. It goes on a 1.25 count for our UPP students, meaning you'll have different amounts of time at different places to catch with the biggest need. That's not to say with music and BABA, those were all the same across the board. So there's a formula that we use, 1.25 times our individual count. And that determines the kind of staffing we're going around. So you may see, for example, at McKinley, a slightly larger RTI amount of staffing. They have a larger number of students, a larger number of need, whereas Roosevelt will have slightly less of that because they have less students and roughly less need.
So a student that's considered either unhoused or foster or EL, they would get a count of a 1.25 versus a student that is not in that category has a count of 1 because we receive extra funding for those categories because they're considered to have a higher need. And so in the areas where they might need a little extra support, and this equity of staffing formula actually came to the board for board approval a few years ago. Okay. And then going forward, a couple of things that we're all working on right now. We're reviewing our current staffing allocations across the sites because again, it's a snapshot, like it's day to day. Don and his team are constantly looking at registration numbers and telling us where we're at. So we're weekly monitoring registration and enrollment, and the 5 of us are constantly every Wednesday we meet and look at numbers. We're weekly monitoring bond project completions to be first day ready. Matt just ordered 6 sets of TK curriculum, and Richard and Omar ordered 6 sets of TK furniture Because although we know for sure we need at least 4, we're still a little nervous, and those, the furniture, our furniture sets actually are TK size goes to up to 3rd grade, so we'll have storage. We're starting to talk about overflow projections, should we need them? And we're gonna make sure that notifications go to families in a timely manner. And Director Afshar is all over, as you heard earlier, recruitment and process and everything based on our needs too. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add based on that information?
Okay, well, this is not a voting item. We're not rejecting or accepting this document. But it is an opportunity to ask questions, enrollment projections change. I have one question for you. Our current staffing ratios, Donna, Matt, and Laura, are a combination of state law and union contracts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when are those union contracts are next discussed? Or are the
When's the next
We're
meeting?
negotiating now. Yeah, we're currently in negotiations and it
Okay.
typically comes up each year, so
Yeah.
it's something that could be an open
Okay,
item.
just checking in. Are there further questions?
No.
Okay, well, we have nothing to vote on with this, so the information has been received. Next item is a voting item, approval of new positions and changes to current positions.
Perfect.
We have reviewed this document. Can you please summarize for us?
Sure. We just are bringing in a bond person that will be paid for out of restricted funds, Fund 21, paid strictly out of the bond. Due to student increase in need, there's an increase to lunch supervision at Washington and McKinley. An increase to restricted funds, resource 3010, which is Title I funds, to a 0.1 of an EL specialist. You will see on here 2 TK aides and 2 TK teachers, again, restricted funds. Measure G, as CBO De La Cruz said, 2 are coming out of restricted funds, Measure GG, and 2 are coming out of general. You will see an increase of a 1.0 behavior, so 1.0 counselor, all coming out of restricted funds due to an increased need with our student population right now. We're seeing a need for both of those being increased to increase our supports for students. We currently have a contract for 0.5 LVN. We are bringing that in-house to support students. We are very excitedly bringing forward a VP to support McKinley that will be split funded between McKinley, VP, and also ELOT funding for administration. So that will be enfolded. Currently, we're paying a person a stipend for that. So we also will be bringing forward, we are bringing forward an instructional coach for half of the year. It will be restricted funded through supporting inclusive practices, Title II, the early education grant, and the arts music block grant that was spoken about earlier. And there will be an increase of a 1.0 teacher to BIS based on their increased enrollment need for the 25-26. And we are placing that into general fund, which is actually restricted lottery resource. Any questions?
Questions from board members?
These are all covered in the projections.
They are, correct.
What's the timeline for these job descriptions to then be written? How does? is that-
So
that's not
everything
happening
on
next,
here
or-
already currently has a job description. They just need to get turned around and get posted. And we hope to sit tomorrow and post them.
The only thing I would just comment is that I'm so excited that McKinley will be getting the support of a VP. I also feel like there is a potential that it ends up being someone who's sort of like identified as, this is the person that does DLI at McKinley, and this is the person that does the SEI side of McKinley. So I would love to make sure we're thoughtful about the way those job descriptions are written, so that it's clear that this is a partnership, that both of these folks are working across both sides of the program.
Right, so it's actually a VP elementary, it's not split, it's not written separate, it won't be a separate thing, so.
Yes, yeah, just I want to make sure
Right.
that that's, that people don't get the idea now there's one person for one side and one person for the other. not
Right,
anything.
yeah,
So-
yeah, that'll come more out in a hiring process
Mhm.
versus a job description. But that's a great point for interview questions and going forward. absolutely. And that's actually, so sorry, that's a great point, trustee Jay. You should, when you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column, that's for the 25-26 school year. So it also talks about timeline, if they're current school year or next school year too. So that when they will be implemented too.
Sorry, where is that?
So the 5th column says fiscal impact increase or decrease. So it says VP ELOP.
Yes,
It says 25-26 school year. So although it'll get posted, we have some time for some of those, some of them are gonna start right away, right? Like the noon duty. That's something that we could hire and have in place as soon as they pass fingerprints and everything else too. So some of them will be a little bit more rushed than others. Not rushed, but put through, right? But we do want to go out quickly and get the best and the brightest for the program.
Are there further questions or comments? This is a voting item. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the new positions and changes to current positions under 14B?
I will make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Katie. Is there a second? Thank you, Nicole. All those in favor? Aye. The motion passes 5-0. We'll move on to item 14C, review of district board policies. Also, Dr. Silversmith. Another informational item. These same ones will come before the board another time in the future. And we're not.
We gave you a large stack. Did receive a few changes that I'm gonna read and I will also send to you before the next one, but we did receive a few revised changes that I do need to let you know about today. 0420.4 charter school. Our notes say that we are deleting that, so we are proposing that we will delete that completely because we do not have, nor do we need charters. So I'm proposing tonight that that be removed if possible, if you should ask me to.
Why don't we take those one at a time?
Okay.
Changes. Is everyone in favor of that change? It's not necessarily a voting item, we're just going to direct you to the superintendent, but it's unanimous.
All right. Regulation 1240 volunteer. Currently, the way that it reads, that background checks are not needed for supervisors for breakfast, lunch, or other nutritional times. We are currently requiring them. The question is, do we want to continue to require them? Ed code, you do not need to have them for ed code. We can make it so that you always have to have them, but ed code does not have that. What I'm happy to do is give you the language and you guys can review that for next time.
Is that what you recommend to us?
Well, just so that you can have some time to absorb it if you'd like to see that.
I'm in favor of continuing background checks.
At all times?
Yes, I understand it's burdensome to the community and there's an expense, but it's for safety of children. That would be my feelings.
I'm just saying, the difference between continuing them that we're doing and changing the policy means we always have to do it with no exception. So I'm sort of in favor of sticking with ed code and continuing our policy of doing that. Or sorry, not our policy, our practice of doing that.
But what enforcement mechanism do we have then?
We don't. I mean, yeah, I guess if we all feel like it needs to be in there forever, then we should probably change it.
Well, by forever, it just means to another board, including this one, decides.
Yeah, okay, I'm okay with it.
Thoughts?
Okay, so right now we are requiring them, but our policy currently does not say that they are required.
Correct.
And that is the same thing that we're proposed, that the way it's currently written, that would be the same thing moving forward.
I'm hearing that the proposal is that we would require it and I would remove the language saying that we do not require it.
Right. So, but the way this was written, it still does not require them, but we're still by practice. So I feel, I know this has come up at McKinley, that whatever we are doing in practice should match what we have written in our board policy.
So I would say that we do require criminal background check to volunteer.
So I'm in agreement of revising the policy to agree with.
Well, someone were to push back, we have no standing.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Any other thoughts? I agree. So it looks like the board, I agree.
Thank you. Regulation 1321, solicitation of funds from and by students. Students in blank grades shall not be involved in any door-to-door solicitations. What grades do we want to specify? Do we want to say all grades? The kids can't go door to door and ask for money? Do we want to
For
say-
school activities, right?
Mhm.
And my kids in Girl Scouts doing it.
Correct, for school activities.
Yeah.
Well, I like some Samoas, please.
They
No,
changed it.
no, did they? Oh. But what grades do we want to say that kids cannot go door to door asking for school-based activities?
What's an example of a school-based activity?
Gift wrap, cells, I mean, stuff, cookie dough cells, we don't typically do this, but that's what. Fun runs.
So, and this is specifically about door to door.
It says students in grades blank shall not be involved in any door-to-door sales or solicitations.
Even like walk-a-thon or something, they could
Exactly.
theoretically do this.
And I do think it's germane to the conversation, the fact that the previous 6 bullets are very prescriptive about how they go door to door, like they have to be teams of 2 when you have to, like, there's a lot, so I almost feel like we should look, maybe look at that policy before we just pick grades. Because I feel like the other pieces may need adjustment, I guess is my point, may need adjustment based on what happens here.
We're looking to see if we actually currently have that policy, so I feel like we don't have anything about it. Okay, we're gonna, can we come back to that one real quick? Okay, policy 2140, evaluation of the superintendent. BSD updated these 3 policies in the 2000 sections previously. Unfortunately, the revised policies did not make it into the CSBA packet, but we're gonna pull all the 2000s out that were sent to you all. That BSD adopted in 23 and in 24 for the second read, because some of them got it and didn't, but the board previously already just adopted these, so these are kind of it's a funky thing that came into this. So I just want to update you all on that. 4131.1, teacher support and guidance. BSD does not currently have 4131. This policy was adopted by CSBA in 2014, so it is new to BSD. It's not something that we've ever had before, nor is it something we need to have. Part of what happened is the person that we originally had with CSBA, when we sat and read all of these, he transferred to another department, so we feel like there were some that were added between policy read number 1 and number 2. It's not something that we do need to have. So it is something that we can pull and not have. Sometimes it's good to not have extras, to be honest. So I would suggest that we pull that one. Great, okay, good. Regulation 5020, parents' rights and responsibility status. So there was a question about, can we add screen time? We cannot at this point. There's a new ed code that says we have to work on a tech plan. And that tech plan will talk about screen time, and the tech plan with the ed code has to have educational partner involvement before we can add anything about tech plans, devices, or anything else, which also includes any devices, including watches. So I cannot add that at this point. Policy 5030, student wellness status. So we are asking that we completely pull the wellness policy at this point. There is a wellness meeting coming up that our wellness policy is actually pretty robust. And our most recent policy is from 2024. However, there are typos in the policy the CSBA provided to you all. And our Sodexo actually pulled all juices prior to the February board meeting, which is great. And this policy has different juice values and everything else than what we have currently. And we'd like for our wellness committee to look at it too. So that's our suggestion. Okay. 5111.1, district residency status. The superintendent or designee shall require parents or guardians to annually provide documentation of the student's residency upon admission to the district. So currently it's upon initial admission, and we would want to add annually. That's our suggestion.
That's also our practice, right?
Currently. Regulation 5112.1, exceptions from attendance status. The word is, we're changing it to are, grammar. 5143, insurance status. That's one that Maureen needs to look into because it's an insurance with SMICSIG, so we have to follow up on that. Discipline is Burlingame's looking in about a version of the policy that's the recess restriction. We are removing that part because you cannot legally take away recess time for a discipline action. So that part about removal of recess is being taken out. If you guys are all good with that. Oh yeah, sorry, they're cleaning our science rooms right above us.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, science rooms above us. Yeah. 5145.13, response to immigration and enforcement. That is CSBA's policy is the most recent policy. So that is the most recent up-to-date policy currently. Sexual health, HIV and AIDS prevention and instruction. Matt is over reviewing that one with Ivy Chen, who does all of our health ed and puberty ed. If you have a 5th grader or 7th grader, we love her. He's reviewing that with her. TK, there's a question about changing it to 20 students, where policies are snapshots. So right now it's 24, and in July we'll have to change it to 20. So we change these all the time, but it's 24, so it'll stay at 24. And that's it. So hopefully that.
So President Silverson, I
Yes.
have that information on 1321.
Okay. Did I miss something?
We were going back to the grades that shall not be involved in door-to-door sales.
Okay. Oh, for the policy that we had?
Yes.
There?
So this is our current policy.
Thank you.
And this is the suggested. I'm not sure if they're different.
Our current policy says that students under 16 may engage in door-to-door sales of newspaper and magazine subscriptions, candies, cookies, flowers, or other merchandise only under the following conditions. They have to work in pairs of teams on the same or opposite side of the street. Students shall be supervised by an adult, with 1 adult for every 10 or fewer students. A student must be within the sight or sound of the adult supervisor, and at least every 15 minutes. Wow, a student shall be returned to their respective homes or meeting places after each day's work. A student shall not engage. I know, right? A student shall not engage in door-to-door. A student shall not engage in door-to-door sales after dark. A student shall not work outside of their immediate neighborhood. Students in grade shall not be involved in any door-to-door sales. This is great. Students in grade shall not be involved in any door-to-door sales or solicitations. That's literally how it reads.
That's how our current one is.
That's how it reads.
We haven't chosen grades.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but it just says that the superintendent has to put all fundraising 15 days before the activity in order to minimize, yeah, it's not much there.
You know about that? Okay. That was an informational item. We do need to keep moving, so we gave some direction to the superintendent.
I'm sorry, was think about the grades?
Yeah, we're still.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Next is the CSBA delegate assembly ballot. I only have one question. I know one candidate is one of our employees. Is there any conflict there that we need to?
Oh, that's a great question.
Just occurred to me.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do we have to vote on this tonight?
You want to come back and vote on it after closed?
Sure. It seems to me that he's already on the ballot.
Yeah,
We're just
I don't know.
voting, so I mean, if there's a conflict, it's with him being on the ballot, not us voting for him, right?
I don't know if it's an employment issue. I don't know.
It doesn't feel like, I don't know, I would vote we approve it, but.
Do you want us to come back to that? and vote?
Yeah, let's come back. Let's come back on that one.
All right, then we'll move on to statement of board members, as we get to the 55-minute remaining mark. I'll start. I have nothing to report other than a thank you to Kirsten for organizing all the tours. It's always very laborious work.
Nothing to report.
I have nothing.
I'm 40% of the way done with the CSBA Master in Governance program, and I'm very proud of that.
Congrats.
40%, 3 more. That's all.
All right, I did public statements related to non-agenda items. I did get a thing, blue slip. Is there anyone here that would like to make a statement on agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 17, board requested items. I believe the only thing left is the device policy at some point. We should talk about a date, and I'm thinking either May or June.
So the county is pulling together a district-wide task force,
Okay.
and we are meeting with Superintendent McGee, I think later this month, right, Dawn? So after that, we'll have a better, we're gonna go as a county and move it, so once we have that date, we'll have a better idea of the timeline for you guys.
Okay, great. That takes us to item 18, public comments related to closed session items. Kirsten, are there any public comments related to closed session items?
No, there's not present,
All right, then at 10:36, we will recess the closed session. Please feel free to sit.
All right, good night, guys. Turn that off.
Or stop your meeting.
Yeah, I'll come back, title, I'll come back title.